This is the 18th meeting of the New York State Climate Action Council. It's my pleasure to kick off this meeting. Before we jump into the agenda, I'll hand it over to Farah Anderson from CADMIS to go over today's procedures for the use of WebEx. Farah?
Great, thanks, Sarah. So as I think council members are familiar with at this point, to ensure another smooth and productive meeting, we just have a few logistics to touch upon, which we'll go through quickly here. The first and main one is to remain on mute when you're not speaking, and to remute yourself when you are done making a comment or asking a question. To indicate you would like to speak, please use the hand raise function, which you'll find on your screen as indicated in the slide here. Additionally, we would welcome video participation from CAC members as always, particularly when speaking. And if you have any other technical issues, feel free to reach out to us at nys.cac@cadmisgroup.com. And with that, I will pass back to Sarah and the co-chairs.
Thank you, Farah. Now we'll turn to calling the roll to see which members of the council are in attendance. And for that, I will ask NYSERDA's Valerie Milanovic to call roll. Val?
Thanks, Sarah. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me, Sarah?
I can.
Okay, great. Co-chair Harris?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Co-chair Sagos?
Good afternoon, folks.
Commissioner Ball?
Good afternoon as well.
Donna DeCarolis?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Dominguez?
She should be joining momentarily.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Gavin Donahue?
Present. Thank you.
Dennis Elsenbeck?
Here.
CEO Falcone?
Happy holidays.
Oh, to you too. On behalf of President Knight, Kevin Hansen?
Vincent Ravish here is present.
Okay, great. Thanks, Vince. Rose Harvey? We'll circle back. Chair Christian?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Bob Howard?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Peter Iwanowitz?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome. CEO Driscoll?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Commissioner Reardon?
Present.
Ann Reynolds?
Yes, hello.
Hello. On behalf of Secretary Rodriguez, Keisha Santiago Martinez?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Raya Salter?
Hello, good afternoon. Happy holidays.
You too. Paul Shepson?
I am here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Wisniewskis? Rebecca Kepnick, in case. No, we'll circle back. On behalf of Commissioner Bassett, Henry Sweetoff? I thought we might have had Henry earlier. Did we lose Henry?
Sorry, I was muted. But good afternoon. I'm here.
That's okay. I'm just going to circle back again. I think we are expecting Commissioner Dominguez, so we'll keep an eye out for her. Another call for Rose Harvey. Keep an eye out for her. Commissioner Wisniewskis. And I think Rebecca Kepnick is present in the wrong cyber forum, so we'll get that straightened out. But given that, Council co-chairs, I do note the presence of a quorum for today's Climate Action Council meeting.
Great. Thank you, Valerie. And Welcome, everybody. Busy agenda today, as you can see. We'll go through the minutes in a moment. And then Carl Moss, the venerable Carl Moss, will take us through furtherance of this discussion on job study integration analysis work. Then Alana Kettle-Tucky from DEC and Chris Cole from NYSERDA will share a very important update on the disadvantaged communities criteria as well as the benefits. Then we'll turn to the bulk of the meeting, which will be the draft scoping plan. And to close us out today, Sarah and Haley Vaccaro will get into next steps as well as the rollout of the public comment process, which will, of course, dominate 2022. So lots to cover today. Thanks for joining, everybody. Let's go to slide 4. So you all have had the agenda, rather the minutes from the last meeting. If you had anything to raise about that, please do so now. Any questions, concerns, comments? Excellent. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes, please? Motion to approve. Peter Arwanowitz.
Thank you.
Any second?
Second.
Great. All approved?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you very much. Doreen.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. If we turn to the next slide, we certainly do have a big agenda before us today. So as described, let's dive in. Next up, we have Carl Moss back with us to finish out the discussion of the job study and provide an update on the integration analysis modeling work. Carl is again joined by Phil Jordan from BW Research, who has helped to lead some of this jobs work. So Carl and Phil, please take it away.
All right, thank you, Council. It's a pleasure to be back with you again. As we've done in the past, we try to have at least 2 rounds of discussion on a given topic, so we'll get a second bite at the apple for the job study. We will be trying to move fairly quickly, so Phil and I have curated the deck for both the job study and the integration analysis to make it as lean as possible, given that we have such a large agenda. So next slide, please. This is one you will have come to know and appreciate, which is the link to our website. So we have continued to publish our work as we go. So I do encourage everyone who wants to dig in deeper to the materials that we have today to go to Climate Resources, and you'll be able to see some of the overall analysis and the key drivers. We have a long deck here, but most of it is actually our extra slides. So we won't be walking through them all today, but they're also going to be part of this meeting 18 slide deck that we post. Next slide, please. So the contents for today, first I will turn it over to Phil to talk about the job study. He'll walk you through just a quick recap of what we shared last time and then dig into some new material which we shared with our Just Transition Working Group earlier this month. None of this information will be new to the public, but it hopefully will be new to you all in the way that we'll be able to synthesize and give you some of the key takeaways. I then will turn back to me and talk through this integration analysis update. We have completed our scenario 4 benefit cost analysis, so I wanted to walk through that. We've also done some updates along the way to our overall benefit cost analysis, so the numbers have changed a bit. Our overarching narrative is the same, but we have some updated numbers. I wanted to speak to some of our sensitivity analysis that looks at uncertainty and fuel price costs and technology costs going into the future. As discussed previously, we'll dig into an initial sensitivity on a greater adoption of ground source and district loop fields. We also have other sensitivities that we won't walk through today, but they're in this overall slide deck. So we've looked at greater adoption of flexible loads and what the benefits would be to New York. We've also mapped out, and then we included in the report, a clearer mapping of how our advisory panel recommendations have mapped into our scenario assumptions. And then we have additional sensitivities that we've discussed in the past. Next slide. So before I turn it over to Phil, I did want to also make sure that the council was aware that the integration analysis has undergone extensive review. And maybe I jumped into that too early. Let me see. Oh, that comes later. I will talk about that extensive review in a few slides. So let me take the moment now to turn it over to Phil. So Phil, hopefully your audio is on, and welcome you to the stage.
Thanks so much, Carl. Thanks, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back with you again this afternoon. I'm looking forward to walking through, as Carl mentioned, just a very quick overview of the initial outputs that we discussed in the last meeting, and then get into some of the new material for this meeting. So if we could go to the next slide, and actually to slide 10 would be great. Yeah, next slide from there. Thank you. So in the initial employment outputs, if you remember, we provided these IEOs by the investment stream by subsector. We looked at the overall annual employment, and then for electricity, the energy generated within each of the subsectors. So as a recap, we found the range of jobs added by 2030 was 211,000 to 220,000, depending on the two scenarios that we looked at. With the bulk of the new jobs in building, shell, and HVAC, but also, of course, strong growth in solar and wind. And both scenarios show losses of about 22,000 jobs by 2030, with about half of those losses in gas stations. Next slide. So what we're going to talk about today actually is the secondary employment outlook, or SEOs, which then takes that data and we go a few clicks deeper. So we'll be looking at the employment by industry, by occupational category, and by geographic region. And then also showing the employment, those employment projections by looking at the employment by wage tier. So we'll get into each of those elements today. If we go to the next slide, please. This is just a graphical representation of how we do the work. We already talked about the model employment outputs. We then translate those into industries that align with how government agencies in North America look at industries, as well as then into occupations, using staffing patterns so that we can understand not only the total number of jobs, but what industries and what occupations those jobs will be in, and then look at the wages for those jobs currently, and then we can segment those into whether the tier of wages. So tier 3 would be below sustaining wage, tier 2 is at the sustaining wage, and tier 1 is above the sustaining wage. So I'm going to get into that wage analysis near the end here. So, but first, if we go to the next slide, let's talk about some of the model sensitivities, and we can hop up one past that as well. Keep things moving. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so for model sensitivities, we wanted to understand how changes in assumptions from the baseline would impact the number of jobs created. So the first model sensitivity that we addressed was looking at in-state manufacturing. So in this case, we wanted to see how increases of in-state manufacturing in the building sector would impact employment and the economy. And then we also have this example to describe the key assumptions for gas station closings and how changes to those assumptions would impact the model outcomes. And if you remember last time, we discussed a little bit about how we don't exactly know how transitions in, sort of say electrification of vehicles, passenger vehicles in particular, would impact those gas stations depending on how the market evolves and how the process for charging evolves over time. So we look at those. Let's go to the next slide, where we can look at the building, the in-state manufacturing for buildings. Right. So here we see, this is our building sector. This is the 2019 figures. You can see a total of manufacturing jobs about 3,700, with about 14% in-state. If we go to the next slide, we can show you what we're talking about in each of these products. So in HVAC, we're talking about air conditioners, heat pumps, furnaces, and boilers. We're talking about shell, which include paints, coatings, windows, and doors, and other building materials for the shell. And then other includes things like stoves and lighting and water heating, washers and dryers, Energy Star appliances, etc. Next slide, we can get into the sensitivities a bit. So here we see what I would call a dramatic increase in the number of jobs created by increasing the assumptions or increasing the in-state manufacturing for the building sector. So this is scenario 2, the low carbon fuels scenario. And here we see a total of 18,960 and 37,920 for 50 to 100% in-state content in the building sector under that scenario by 2030. And what we see there is that the addition over 2030 base is, more than 2 times in the 50% scenario and nearly 5 times the impact of manufacturing jobs at 100% scenario. So really a pretty significant increase by increasing the content for New York State manufacturing. Next slide. Take a look at scenario 3. So here we see a similar relative increase by going to 50% and 100%. Again, similar takeaway with 8,800 jobs plus over the 2030 base at a 50% in-state manufacturing number for scenario 3, which is again more than 2 times the baseline number. And more than 4 times at 25,480 if we go to 100% in-state manufacturing in the building sector. Next slide. We might as well hop to ahead. There we go. So if we really, as we talked about last time, we discussed the quantity of jobs under the investment scenarios. We just talked about some of the sensitivities about how the quantity of those jobs could change based on some of the levers. As Carl mentioned, we have a lot more information in the back end matter of this deck and available on the website on those questions about quantity and model sensitivities. But now I'd like to talk a little bit about these secondary employment outputs that look at the type, location, and quality of jobs that change from 2019 to 2030. Important to note that we are not including induced employment. And so if you remember, induced employment are those sort of economy-wide ripple effects and impacts from all the increased wages that people earn from these activities. So this is really focused on the direct and indirect jobs, which includes the supply chain jobs, but not those broader economy-wide ripples. Next slide. We'll get into the key findings. And really what we find is that all of the major industry categories see a net increase of employment in those 4 sectors from 2019 to 2030. The largest increases are in construction and manufacturing. About just over 3/4 actually of the total jobs in the growth subsectors will be found in the construction industry. So it's a pretty significant boost to the construction sector. And in fact, what we find is that where we look at the losses, those total industry jobs lost, those are in sort of other supply chain industries like utilities and warehousing and trade. When we look at the occupational findings, most of the jobs are found in installation repair positions, just under 2/3 of those jobs. Next slide, please. When we look at the geography, and we have a nice map that hopefully will load here in a second, we see that net job growth is going to be found across the state within each of the 5 regions. And so each region sees at least 10,000 jobs over the time period, so that's really important. We also include some of the initial wage findings here, which is that 70% of the jobs added will be in the middle or higher wage paying category, where 60% of the jobs lost are from the lower wage category. So key finding there, we think, on the distribution of those jobs. So on the next slide, we'll dig into the electricity sector. Here we see about a 40% increase in total sector employment, with almost a doubling of construction employment by 2030. So big growth sector and lots of growth in construction. Not surprisingly, what we see here with nearly 2/3 in installation and repair. Here we see that the displaced subsectors are most substantially felt by production, manufacturing, and administrative positions. In the wage profile, about half of the jobs are in the highest wage category, but the fastest growth will be from the middle wage category. Next slide, we'll get into fuels. Here, obviously, there are some, as we saw with the last presentation, this is the area where we see employment differences between scenarios. In fact, it's the only sector with considerable employment differences between scenarios, where we have either a 3% increase in employment or a 10% decrease in employment, depending on scenario 2 versus 3. We see increases in the construction sector related to fuels, but a decrease in all other industries. And so growth subsectors have employment growth in all occupational categories, with larger increases in the low carbon fuel scenario, obviously, given the larger increase in employment, and decreases in employment in displacement subsectors mostly offset growth in other subsectors. So a lot of jobs lost in those administrative occupations. Here we see a 6% increase in workers in the higher wage category, and about 2/3 of the losses are in the lower wage category. And we're going to have a little neat summary slide at the end if you're not furiously taking notes. Next slide, let's get into buildings. Here we see really substantial growth. Again, 80% total increase in employment by 2030, and about 80% of those jobs are in the construction industry. So again, a lot of construction jobs being created. There are increases across all occupational categories. So we see production, manufacturing, administrative, sales, management, professional, and as with some of the other sectors, the most significant increase is for installation and repair occupations. About 1/3 of these jobs are in the highest wage category, and the largest increase is in the middle tier, again, more than doubling by 2030. Next slide, let's get into transportation quickly. I know I don't have a whole lot of time here, so I wanted to get through this next few slides. Again, here, transportation, relatively flat employment. Construction offsets declines in other supply chain industries here. So again, we see some substantial increases for installation repair occupations, with losses for administrative and other, which are those sort of gas station clerk type positions, where we see the most substantial decreases. About 63% of all employment in this sector is in the lower wage category, which is less than $28 per hour in 2019. And the decline is largely in the lower wage category, with increases in middle and higher wage categories. So as the relatively flat, we do see a slight improvement from the wage quality. Just a couple of slides left. We are going to get into the workforce analyses very quickly. And I promised that summary slide, so why don't we go to the next slide here. Just for a quick understanding, we used the 2019 living wage calculation for New York State from the Living Wage Calculator, which was produced by MIT. And we tiered the jobs, as you can see here, less than $28 per hour, $28 to $37 per hour, and greater than $37 per hour. And we broke down the percentage of jobs in each of the categories with then a change from 2019 to 2030. And the summary here at the bottom shows a decrease of 4% in both scenarios, for jobs less than $28 an hour, a decrease of it by 2% of jobs earning greater than $37 an hour, and 6% increase in the middle tier jobs. As we discussed previously, the middle wage positions not only see the largest increase from 2019 to 2030, we also have the largest decline is in those lower wage positions. So a greater proportion of that growth is coming from lower wage occupations. And the electricity sector is the highest proportion of higher wage positions, while the transportation sector has the highest proportion of lower wage positions. As mentioned previously, we have quite a bit of additional material in the appendix or back matter slides. Carl, I guess I will turn it back over to you, and if we're doing questions now, or if we should hang on until the end. I just want to make sure I'm being careful of the clock.
Yeah, thank you. So that was fantastic. We really tried to give as much as we could in the time we have. Let's pause for questions. I know some folks may have had questions from last time, or may have some thoughts or responses to some of the work that we've shown today. So I will do my best to look at hands, but Sarah, as always, if you can help, I'd appreciate it.
Sure thing, Carl. I see Dennis has his hand up.
Great. Okay, Dennis, go for it.
Thanks. Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Phil. So I look at the 2021, the New York Clean Energy Industry Report, and it indicated, and this is kind of like looking to date, that we created 158,000 workers approximately, 87% of them in construction, 2% in manufacturing. I'm just getting really concerned that we're, and I'm not against construction service. I think it's great. I think you're going to need them anyway. But I think we need to be much more purposeful about focusing on in-state manufacturing and really creating a whole new eco-structure. I just don't see the sustainability of just looking at construction and service, and that's our focus, and being pleased with that. What wasn't in the 2021 report is what percentage of those 158,000 workers came out of our disadvantaged communities, which I think would be kind of compelling in terms of, is that something that's happening on its own, or do we need to be more purposeful? If we look at our disadvantaged communities, and I look at Rust Belt communities a lot, and I'm not seeing a lot of workers coming out of that to build solar and wind farms in Plattsburgh and other locations. But I do see an opportunity of bringing manufacturing back to those communities, Carl. And I just feel, instead of just a job study, I think we got to maybe look at 2022 to be a market study on the emerging technologies that are coming out of the global climate market, not simply New York's goals, because I think we're missing a bigger opportunity. So have you looked at more of a purposeful view of manufacturing as part of the almost like a focused viewpoint of our programming going forward?
Yeah, no, that's great. Those are both great points, Dennis. And I think that, while it wasn't in the focus of the legislative mandate for the job study, which is really where we were aiming for this scoping plan for this year, I agree with you completely that those supply jobs, those manufacturing jobs are key. And we showed, I hope we gave you a taste of what the possibilities were with our sensitivity. And really that was predicated on self-supply. But your point is much broader, which is how do we become an exporter to the world, which is going to be globally moving in the same direction, and our leadership places us in a position to take advantage of that. So I agree completely, and I think that's the opportunity space that the state needs to continue to lean into. And certainly as part of our innovation work at NYSERDA, we have looked at where are some of the opportunity space, given our industrial base, given our university base, and where can we grow New York's economy. So it's certainly an area that the state is keenly interested. It's not specifically in the four corners of the job study, but one that we will certainly be looking at further this year. And there have been some really amazing studies nationally looking at where do we see the opportunity space. And you see Buffalo, you see Rochester on those pages. Like these are places that have a university core, that have a long history of manufacturing and information systems. And so we actually absolutely need to take advantage of that and figure out how we can harness it for the future. You know, on your second question on the demographics, you know, we are constantly evolving our clean energy industry report and fully agree that with each successive year, we have to do a deeper dive into who is gaining those jobs, where are we seeing them. For the first time, we took a look at gender and the gender inequities that we're seeing in our clean energy workforce, which is the same as we're seeing nationally. And so it's something that, you know, we need to continue to look at those demographics and begin to think about how do we go beyond where we are today and continue to kind of lead the nation as we think about how to empower different communities. So hear you loud and clear, agree with those points, something I think we have to lean in next year and kind of dig in deeper.
Carl, just some of this is,
you might be on mute.
you know, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Some of it is just because I don't have the benefit of understanding the definition of benefits, and we're kind of like in the 11th and a half hour and having this type of a conversation, which I'm concerned with. The other thing is that I know that this was part of kind of like the goals of the assessment is to really look at the implementation side, but we throw out disadvantaged communities, smart growth. We throw out all of these individual items, workforce development, really focusing on kind of like turning around this economy, new innovation. It has to be more than the goals. Because the manufacturing community tends to pay for a lot of that, but they don't really see a return. So it's harder to get them engaged in owning some of this. So I just think these are not mutually exclusive issues. They're actually holistic. So, and I apologize, I took longer than I should have.
No, Dennis, that's really valuable. And I think we will be talking about disadvantaged communities next. So that's a great segue to what's coming next. I think there's one more hand, and we maybe have time for a quick question. Anne, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much for all this information. My question is on the same topic as Dennis. I was wondering for the sensitivity analysis about in-state manufacturing in the building sector, that 50% and 100%, what is it now, or what was in the base case that?
Yeah, Phil, do you have those metrics? I know that we dug them up, but.
Yep. Give me just 1 second. I've got it right here. I thought we might get that question. So currently we're about 14%.
Got it. Okay.
Across everything. And I can get you more, certainly can get you more specific information on each segment.
Right. So there's a great opportunity space even for the self-supplied manufacturing, but certainly I think there's the broader point of we want to export. This isn't just about our own consumption.
Yeah,
and
that's really helpful. I mean, and not for this study, but to Dennis's point, it would be great to have some sort of assessment, like to get from 14% to 50%, what needs to happen. I don't know the answer to that, but future action item, because the job numbers are impressive.
So
that's a great point.
One quick note on that is that in the clean energy industry report for this year, we did ask some of those questions of manufacturers in the who are in a potential universe of electric vehicle and electric transportation or alternative transportation vehicles. We reached out to a number of manufacturers and assessed their interest and ability and needs to expand their operations or to pivot to be able to participate in that sector. And we found actually very high levels of interest in participation and got certainly some interesting information about needs in that space. So that was just one example in the report of how manufacturers have responded in terms of their interest and what their needs would be in order to be supported to make that kind of a transition.
Nice.
Awesome.
Now,
Yeah.
I should know the answer to this question, but in past years, have you done that same thing for wind, solar storage? I should know, but I don't know.
No, this was a new add-on for this year's study, specific to electric transportation. We have certainly looked at the wind sector a little bit more closely recently as well on the manufacturing side, but it's certainly an area that we are interested in exploring going forward.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for those great questions. Let's move on because I know we have other important topics as well. Next slide. And you can jump down to 30. So as I was starting to say, our integration analysis, which is what I'll be speaking to next, has undergone extensive review. So before I dive into some of our new outputs, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank our robust technical advisory group who have helped us along the way. So this is composed of a dozen energy environmental experts from around the country. These academics and national lab scientists hail from New York institutions, including Cornell, Columbia, RPI, RIT, Stony Brook, University of Albany, as well as some research centers from outside of New York. So we have some researchers from Princeton, Stanford, University of California, Berkeley, and the University of Wisconsin-Madison. These folks were able to provide us with some incredible feedback on methods and approach early on. While we were sharing results with you, we shared them with them to get feedback on assumptions. And so some of their feedback has gone into some of the fine-tuning that we've done in the work, and you'll see some updated outputs. And really, it's been a testament to their dedication to the energy transition and to these broad energy questions that they've been able to devote time for New York State as we look at our future. So we wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge and to thank them. Next slide. And again, so we're going to give update on the benefit cost analysis. So we've already presented to you scenarios 2 and 3. So we'll dig into scenario 4 in a little bit of detail. And then you'll note that some of the numbers have changed. We did incorporate some further results from our supporting studies that we discussed earlier in the year from the transportation roadmap and the building and the carbon neutral buildings roadmap. We got feedback from our advisory group, which we've incorporated. Also a point just to note that some of our late breaking work on the social cost of greenhouse gases, we have new updates on how HFCs are being treated. So we folded that in for this final update. Next slide. So the numbers here will be fairly similar to what we've seen before. So a bit of a tightening of the range. So just to go over the kind of overarching number range, we now see that the cost of inaction exceeds the cost of action by more than 90 billion. So it's a slight increase. And our range has tightened a bit. Our range of net benefits is between 90 and 120 billion. So still that rough $100 billion net benefit from these actions. And as a percent of our gross state product and as a percent of system expenditures, we're in the same ballpark as what I showed before. And so in terms of the overall cost as a percent of system expenditure, it's around 10% in 2030, growing to 25% in 2050. On the left, you'll see hopefully graphs that you recognize. So it's the costs in blue versus the benefits in green. The costs, again, are those net system costs. So it's on the order of $300 billion on a net present value as compared to $400 billion for our health and greenhouse gas benefits. You'll see that scenario 4 is on the right. So that's the beyond 85%. As a reminder, what that scenario was exploring was if we don't realize the technology innovation that we need to do direct air capture of the atmosphere, it will mean we'll have to go deeper and go beyond 85%. We'll have to dig into those methane emissions further. We'll have to accelerate our decarbonization faster. So in some ways, it's a combination of scenario 2 and 3 because we are going deeper. We're having to pull the lever harder and faster. And what we saw there is though that we have to go even beyond. And so we explored additional transportation policies. I was hearing feedback from our climate justice working group and others wanted us to explore deeper VMT, vehicle miles of travel reduction. So we included those in that scenario. And what we see is that that scenario falls in the same range as the previous two. The costs are in the same range, a little bit higher than scenario 3. And there's also commensurate benefits that are a little bit higher because we're accelerating action. So, we've learned, I think, quite a bit that we can unpack in the full study. But the bottom line is that we're seeing that scenario 4 is in the same range as the previous two. Next slide. So I just want to unpack briefly some of the costs before I get into some of our sensitivities. So again, this is a graph you've seen before. This is a stack up of our system-wide costs. When you go in the positive, those are the costs that are accrued from these new investments. If you go on the gray below the axis, those are the avoided fuel expenditures. So those are the savings. You'll see those blue diamonds are the net, around 300 billion. And we put a little bit darker, and I'll unpack them further. Those bands of sensitivity around that dot show you that because of uncertainties in the future forecasts of avoided fossil fuels, because of some of the opportunity space we see for more innovation to bring costs down, we see that there are some wide bands around those central points. And that's why we say in our headline that we see these net costs as being in the same range across all of our scenarios. I won't walk through scenario 2 and 3 because they haven't changed all that much from October. Some of the issues in scenario 4, as I mentioned, we have more investment in transportation. So that light blue is a thicker band as we invest more in transit. And then we also see that we've avoided some of our negative emission technology costs. So that's the orange. And we are investing more in our non-energy because we have to go after those methane emissions more. But on balance, we see that that net cost is in the same range as the previous two. Next slide. And just to kind of level set in terms of how that compares to on a net present value for overall system cost. So this is no longer the incremental cost. This is the total investment that we would see over this time period. And that first bar is that, as I mentioned, again now 2 months ago, $2.7 trillion that we will be investing anyway. So this is in the turnover of our appliances, turnover of fleets. This is in the cost of buying fuel. And then what you see to the right of that first column are our three scenarios, what the investment will be in those future worlds. And again, it's a 10% incremental cost of system expenditure above those. You'll see that the lion's share of those investments are continuing to happen in transportation and buildings and electricity. We see substantial growth in the building system, right? We'll need to pay more for our efficiency, and we need to pay more for our building electrification. That offsets fuel use, and so that gray bar, that gray piece of the bar shrinks. But again, the key takeaway here is our three scenarios are all in the same approximate $3 trillion cost as compared to a $2.7 trillion business as usual investment. So really that narrative of across all our scenarios, it's more a matter of reinvesting the dollars that we're already going to be spending than it is about finding new dollars to go towards this incredible transformation that we have before us. Next slide. And then this one is just kind of a top line summary, just to put it all on one page. So there's no new information here. It's our cost in blue. It's the breakdown or avoided greenhouse gas benefit and health benefit, and then the white box is that net. So again, it's a range of $90 to $120 billion of net benefits across all of our scenarios. Next slide. So I did want to take a minute to talk about sensitivities, and I highlighted them very quickly in October. I want to dive in a little bit further. I know that some of the council members have been asking about this and wanted to kind of fully unpack it. Because of the time we have today, I would have loved to have given maybe 5 or 6 slides on this. I'm going to do kind of one key summary slide, and then I have a few in the technical appendix, which you can unpack. So this is a roll-up of uncertainty. So what we did was we layered in uncertainties around fuel costs, where we leveraged DOE's EIA annual energy outlook, where they look at high resource, low resource futures and look at what are going to be the costs of gas and oil into the future. We also looked at technology cost forecasts. And what we've seen time and time again, whether it be the original New York Sun study that I sort of ran 10 years ago, what we've seen of analysis using NREL's best forecasts is they are, time and time again, they are conservative. And they underestimate the raw potential of innovation to bring down costs. We've been on a trajectory of low solar costs now for 10 years that we barely expected would happen 10 years ago. So what we did is we looked across all the technologies. We looked at some of the more aggressive innovation forecasts across multiple publications, and we layered that in. And so when we put those fuel cost uncertainties in, when we put the sensitivity around innovation and technology reduction, we see we forecast that there's a much larger upside. And so you see here again, there's a green diamond around $300 billion. That's our net incremental cost. We see, yes, they could be a little bit higher if fuel prices go down and we have to spend a little bit more, but we see a much larger potential for those costs to be much lower. So that's both because of the case where we could see higher fuel prices, but more importantly, when we see greater innovation. And so we could see those prices drop from $300 billion to under $200 billion. So really substantially lower costs, lower incremental costs are what we forecast when we look at those range of uncertainties. So that's one key takeaway. We think there's more upside here than what we've shown in our core case. And then when you look across all three scenarios, you just look at them and you see that really these costs are in the same range. So when we think about the pros and cons around these different paths forward, really we have to layer on not just about benefits and costs, but all the other variables to think about in terms of, what are the risks of adoption of these different scenarios? What are the different technologies that may have to see innovation or not? As you as council members think both this year and into next year around what we're going to push forward for some of our core narratives. Next slide. So with that, I want to dive into the one case study that we've promised for a while, which is to look at different heat pump technologies. Again, we have others in our technical appendix, but we won't have time for them today. Next slide. So again, I'll do a fairly quick tour of this sensitivity. What we looked at after meeting with our building experts, both internal to our state team as well as external, and we wanted to aggressively develop a scenario around ground source and district loop fields. And I think it's important to recognize that it's both. There may be more limited application for individual homes, drilling 300 feet into the ground and tapping into that resource home by home. We do see a lot of potential though for district heating, really district loops. And so we interrogated what do we think is the opportunity space there. And what we saw was that we think in a very aggressive scenario, we could see the sales share for these types of systems grow to 80% of new sales. So that's what that top scenario shows, is an aggressive ramp up over time where these systems become really the vast majority of new units that are sold. And by the end of the time period, over 50% of the stock of our heating systems. And so what we wanted to test is, okay, given that this is an aggressive scenario, what with our current assumptions, what do we see are the benefits and costs of that? We recognize it's going to cost more to put these systems in, even as those costs go down over time. But we also recognize there are going to be system benefits by lowering peak and avoiding some of those overall system costs. Next slide, please. So what we found here, as you'll see, first, is that we see substantial overall benefit to the electric system. So as a reminder, and we have some of these slides in the appendix, when you go with a ground source heat pump or a ground source loop field, you will have a lower peak winter load. And so that means you don't have to build as many wires or as many generators for the same heating service. And when we analyzed it and we looked at this scenario, we saw that there was on the order of $9 billion of avoided electric system costs when we see this scale of a deployment. So that's really a substantial drop. If you look at the overall spend of around $50 billion, that we can reduce that by nearly $9 billion. In this analysis, what we saw in the breakdown, most of it was actually in the bulk system of avoiding building generators, avoiding building those firm zero emission generators, avoiding building some of those solar panels and wind farms. We also saw, though, billions of dollars of avoided distribution costs. But that's just the avoided cost story. Next slide. And so what we see here is when we weigh the benefits and costs for this scenario, we see that we could save $9 billion, but the costs of the systems with the current assumptions actually would raise the overall system costs by $19 billion. So on net, with this current snapshot sensitivity, we see that it is a net increase in cost of $10 billion. Now, there are a number of areas of uncertainty in this analysis, from the future cost of heat pumps to the potential for per unit cost savings from district heating systems. Also, the specific evolution of heat pump peak performance. Our current assumptions is that ground source heat pumps would increase to 4.5 COP over time, where air source may only reach 1.6. So we are baking into this a substantial improvement in efficiency from ground sourcing, but the exact nature and shape of how those peak overall technology will evolve, that will clearly impact the way that this benefit cost will play out. So what we're seeing from this initial sensitivity is that there could be substantial system savings. From this first look, the overall costs outweigh those savings, but we don't want you to walk away feeling like these are not technologies that are worth pursuing. What we do believe is that there is more research warranted and that we should further explore what are the cost opportunity space of reducing per unit costs with our ground source systems, and where might we see actually additional opportunity. If there's uncertainty, for example, in the scale of distribution system upgrades, this is by going with a diverse portfolio of ground source and air source, we'll be able to manage some of the risk and uncertainty in the actual build out costs over time. Next slide. So I believe that wraps us up. So I know I'm a little bit over time for this section. So why don't we jump to slide 100, and while that's happening, why don't we do some open questions? I think I can see them now. So Raya, I think I see you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you so much. Once again, fascinating analysis. I'm so glad to see, so responsive analysis, just fascinating. Thank you so much. First thing, again, I continue to not understand why we're even looking at this low carbon fuel standard scenario. I know you call the cost similar, but to me, it's affirming another order of magnitude of greater costs there. Stunning result on that reference case and that message of reinvestment versus, needing new dollars, although I'm sure we're going to need many, many new dollars. I'd like, so getting to my question, I'd like to hear more about this beyond 85% scenario, what it's comprised of. It's very, very interesting what it's comprised of and how it will be represented in the plan. Because to my understanding, this is on the newer side. So I'd like to hear more about that and how we're going to see that put into the options that are on the table. And then one other small question about again, thank you so much for the sensitivity on the, on the innovation, fascinating, and for the heat pumps. You talk about, the cost, the demand side tech that, will also, will create a sort of net increase in cost. And then you did mention that we're looking to manage uncertainty. I mean, what are your expectations for those demand side costs? Wouldn't they be needed, or technologies, wouldn't they be needed in any case? And, if you could clarify a bit about what you meant there. So those are my questions.
Sure, yeah, no, thank you. I know I was moving quickly, so it's great to unpack some areas where I might have been too quick. So in the case where we showed that net increase, we were looking at technologies being deployed in both cases. So in the first scenario, it was dominated by air source heat pumps, where we are having to invest in new clean technologies to bring out air source heat pumps, and there were some ground source included in that portfolio. In the sensitivity, we flipped the switch and dominated it by the ground source and the district loop fields. So you're correct that we will be investing in new appliances in both worlds. But that is truly, as our best forecast right now, what we think will be the incremental cost of those technologies. Now, do we think there's a lot of room for innovation? We absolutely do. And I think, as I said in the uncertainty analysis, if anything else is true, we know we've been wrong, right? We've underestimated the opportunity for innovation. You look at 90% cost reduction in solar panels that few people thought was actually going to be achieved. We went faster on DOE's original sunshot than anyone thought possible. So we are always optimistic about what those cost reduction potentials are, but we wanted to say, given the assumptions that we have today, which is our best view on those technology evolution, there is an incremental cost when you have to drill a deep well and have a ground source system put in place. So that, I hope, addressed the second question. The first one around our scenario 4. So on October 1st, we did describe all the technologies and kind of what each of our 3 core scenarios look like. And so in our write-up of our work, we're going to give them all equal footing. They're all going to get equal weight. All 3 scenarios will be equally described, equally in terms of the costs and benefits, equally in terms of the risks and opportunities. And so scenario 4 will be described as it has been on October 1st, and now with this new benefit cost analysis. So it is our intention to lay them out for the public for the next 6 months of dialogue with New Yorkers, so they can equally see pros and cons across some of these forks in the roads. In terms of some of the technologies and options there, so what we did find was to go, and I'll try to bring us back in time to October. So what we saw was even with very aggressive land use planning, we were only able through natural and working lands to sequester on the order of 40 million metric tons. In order to have that 15% be fully brought into the earth, it would need to be 60 million tons. So there was a 20 million ton gap we had to fill. So the first two, so scenario 2 and 3, fill that with direct air capture. So it's a technology to capture air and to capture CO2 out of that air. What we looked at in scenario 4 was what if we more aggressively combine some of the levers in scenario 2 and 3. So we do have some more strategic use of low carbon fuels. We do have an acceleration of electrification in that scenario 4. We've also looked at a doubling of the VMT reduction. So what you'll see in some of those supporting slides in the deck, that we much more aggressively go after both land use planning in terms of urban planning, as well as corridors for better transit. So it's more aggressive transportation policies, it's more aggressive electrification, it's also some combination, less than in scenario 2, but still some low carbon fuel use. So really it was a layering of all of those for the energy system. And then in the non-energy system, we looked more aggressively at innovation around agricultural methane emissions and how to get at some of our landfill gases. So you really have to go deeper across all of those areas.
That is extremely helpful. I know I would really like to see, look forward to seeing that breakdown before, before the plan is finalized rather than after. But thank you for
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you look back to the October 1st slides, and I can certainly re-up them for you, that gives some of those technology evolution breakdown for scenario 2, 3, and 4. So I will send those to you.
All right, but I mean, in terms of, now we're seeing this, accelerated, I just think that it's really important that that these particular technologies and the layering of some of these technologies, which many of us find problematic, are very clearly, unambiguously articulated for all of the scenarios in the plan.
Absolutely. All right, I'm just looking down the list. I think I see Bob's hand.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. And let me just start by, well, thank you for the detailed information, but also I want to agree with Raya that we need to have as little ambiguity and as much information as we can moving forward. So more detail on what's behind each of those scenarios would be great. And I know it's in there sort of, but the details, the technologies, the details of the fuels, and some of the details of the agricultural practices are still vague. And I think we have a year to finish this plan, but a year can go by quickly. And the sooner we start seeing those, the sooner we can debate, and I think that would be good. I did want to thank you explicitly for the sensitivity analysis on the ground source, because of course I've been pushing for that, and I accept what you say. I still wonder if there aren't advantages in the ground source, which would tend to push us overall to think that might be better than the air source in terms of dealing with those really, really peak winter needs, particularly in upstate New York where it's colder, et cetera. But I basically want to urge you, but all of us on the council to continue to think about it, and particularly the district heat loop. And as you and I talked on last Friday, I pointed out that in my conversations with leadership at the U.S. Department of Energy, that there's ambiguity as to what we all mean when we use some of these terms. So, district heating is a sort of a generic term, but it means different things to different people. And what you are talking about, and what I think we should explore further, is the use of district provision of ground temperature loops, either refrigerant or water, for which people could extract heat in their individual homes. Not the same as delivering heat to the homes, which is what many people mean by district heating, and the efficiencies are hugely different from that. So So I think we, I want to look at both of those. Maybe there's further room for true district heating as well, but let's be as unambiguous as we can. And just as an aside, I noticed in the report, we refer off and on to the New York City steam system and what might be done there. I want to point out that steam is a very inefficient way to move energy because it's so hot and you're losing so much of it. At Cornell, historically, we feeded our campus with steam distribution systems. We and other campuses, such as Princeton, are moving to hot water distribution systems because it's so much more efficient. And citywide, I just found out earlier today, the entire city of Copenhagen switched from steam system to hot water recently. And my reading of Danish isn't great, but if I read what I'm seeing in Danish correctly, it says that they've had massive cost savings and huge reductions in greenhouse gas emissions from that. So I'd like to see us help New York City explore that possible transition as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Those are great comments, and we're absolutely engaging with New York City and Con Ed to think about what the future of that system will be. We take into account the specifics of New York City. And think about what can we learn, as you say, from other jurisdictions that we could absolutely apply. Thanks, Bob, for the feedback. I think, Dennis, you had your hand up, unless that was a legacy hand.
No, I just want to just touch on, the cost to the electricity side, Carl. When you mentioned that we may have to look at decarbonization faster, it makes me nervous a little bit. If you look at the electric portals across the utility systems, they've done a wonderful job of now turning the feeders red, yellow, and green. Mostly red and yellow in our urban centers, by the way. So when we say accelerate, and I agree with that, but I think we got to think about it in the context of kind of like, are we aligning the upgrades with your timing of your integration analysis? Because that'll set an interesting baseline to look at, more progressive non-wires alternatives, different business models. So my question is that when you look at the cost of achieving these reductions, you're not considering the potential of these maybe creative location-based distributed energy resource opportunities or potential solutions that could actually lower the overall cost of implementation. Are you, or is that something you're just trying to establish a baseline for the market to be able to respond to?
No, that's a great question. And it's if we had time, we would unpack it further. But this is what we've called our flexibility sensitivity. And so we have built into our base case, and to the degree that we can, a look into the future of what animated load looks like, what virtual power plants would be able to kind of flexibly allow us to shift power around. But we recognize that there's a lot of uncertainty as to what the market will bring forward, what the innovation will bring. So we did test that, pressure test that with an additional sensitivity where we could further bring down peak with some of these distributed energy resources, being able to be even more aggressive around how we use vehicles as a platform for both kind of shifting load, but potentially even moving load around through as a storage medium. So that is in the report, and something that we hope will be provocative in that it will put out into the public domain some ideas how we can more aggressively think about some of these core principles of how we animate load, and how we think differently about the way that our supply and demand are being co-optimized. For 100 years, there was no co-optimization, right? Supply met demand. We now have to shift into a co-optimization.
Carl, maybe some of this is because, I did read the utility consulting groups. They sent in some comments and this was not having the scoping document. It would be nice to have the Climate Action Council members almost like have a separate session with the utility group, simply because there were some interesting ideas. And now they'll have the advantage of having the scoping document. I just think we got to start exploring the more creative solutions, sooner rather than later, or you're always catching up. My biggest fear is we're going to do exactly what we did on the supply side, and that is we're going to create the problem, have to fix the problem by transmission upgrade. I just think we should be able to get ahead of it on the distribution side.
Great. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any further hands. Sarah, should we move on, or do you see anything else?
I am also not seeing any other hands, so I think we're ready to move on.
All right. Well, I wish you all a happy new year. It's been a pleasure working with you these many months, and look forward to our continued collaboration next year.
Thanks, Carl.
Carl, thanks. Appreciate it. Now we get to move on to the disadvantaged communities update. I certainly want to take a moment up front to thank the Climate Justice Working Group, which has been working hard, as you have all been working hard. They've been working hard as well. We appointed exceedingly amazing people, and they've done really good work, and we've listened to them. So you'll hear from them, from Alana and Chris today about the work that they've done and the direction that we're going to be going on the disadvantaged communities definition, as well as the benefits/investment framework. Just some news on that. The Justice Working Group voted unanimously last week to move the definition forward for public comment. So that's now going to be out for the public's interpretations. We appreciate that. So let's start with Alana. Alana from DEC, can you start us?
Absolutely. Thanks, everyone. And thank you for having me here today. In the interest of time, I think what we're going to do is I'm just going to go first. And unless there are any urgent questions, we're just going to move quickly on to Chris's, and then we'll take all questions after Chris is done, if that's okay with everyone. Next slide, please.
We just might have a slight delay.
Oh, okay.
Apologies. Looks like our screen share has an internet outage. We will attempt to just switch to someone who does not have an internet outage to advance.
Alana, do you think you can start us without the first slide there?
Sure. I think I could I mean, is it just the whole thing, or could I share my screen, or is it just an outage in general?
I don't know.
You know what? It's fine. I can just kind of, something's happening. Well, it's moving kind of slow, so I'll just go in quickly with, whoa. Oh, look at that, just as I start talking. But I can just kind of quickly go over what, since it's not a lot of slides, what we're going to talk about quickly are the indicators that were within the definition for disadvantaged communities, that regional distribution, how it looks based on the areas across the state, what the inclusion of the individual household criteria and how that affects the distribution, where the vote landed, which Basil kind of spoiled a little bit, and the public input process and what that's going to look like. Oh, yep. Let's see. We can move on to the next slide. Okay, so if you, sorry, if you could go back one. Yes. So what you're looking at here are the indicators. This is a framework that we use. We actually started off with 170 initial indicators, and we narrowed it down to 45. The categories being environmental burdens and climate change risks, and then population characteristics and health vulnerabilities. And as you can see here, we used 20 indicators from the environmental burdens and climate change risks, and then the population characteristics and health vulnerabilities were 25 indicators in that component. And we did include the 19 tribal and indigenous lands in the census tracts. They were automatically included in our disadvantaged communities definition. So you can see down there, where 5% or more designated tracts or reservation or nation-owned territories. So those numbers did factor into the decision-making process. And so if you just, if you wanted to take a quick look, we have like pollution expenditures, land that are associated with historical discrimination or disinvestment, so environmental justice communities, potential areas that have high potential for climate change risk. We used income and education, race, ethnicity, and language, different health impacts and burdens, and obviously housing, energy, and communications, which would be sort of the, access to the internet and affordable broadband. Next slide, please. So this is that first list of indicators, for environmental burdens and climate change risks. So these are the 20 that we use, and this is how they broke down. A lot of these you'll see are more recurrent in urban areas than in our rural areas. With example, heat projections, but we did add in a couple in there that help with the rural communities, such as driving time to hospitals, agricultural land, the vegetative cover, and also the flooding inland. And you can also see that we included, a lot of EJ indicators that we typically find, which are power generating facilities, municipal waste, scrap metal manufacturing, and housing vacancy. And also vehicle, truck traffic, particulate matter, and just other very serious environmental justice indicators that we use to determine whether or not specific areas are EJ areas. Next slide. And so these were the population characteristics and the health vulnerabilities. So you'll see that we, within that, some of the metrics were measured 2 times and other metrics were measured 1 time each. So within these factors, we did measure percent Black and Latino. They had a 2-time weight to indicate the instances of African Americans and Latinos being vulnerable to certain health indicators and more likely to live in disadvantaged communities. So you can see we also used education, so we looked at folks who don't have a bachelor's degree, unemployment rates, single family households, and we also used some health data from the Department of Health, asthma, and emergency room visits, COPD, heart attacks, percent of adults with disability or over 65, premature deaths. And we looked at housing, where renter occupied homes, because of the high percentage of folks who live in EJ disadvantaged communities not owning their homes, and also homes built before 1960 and homes without internet access. Next slide. And so this is how it broke down regionally. So if you'll look, you'll see that New York City, the Mid-Hudson region, Central New York, the Finger Lakes, and Western New York have the highest concentration of disadvantaged communities. And the other places like Long Island and the North Country have lower disadvantaged community areas, and then you have areas like the Southern Tier kind of bringing up, but those high areas are mostly in New York City, largely due to the population and the breakdown, and the Mid-Hudson region having very large DAC areas. Next slide. And right here, this is the individual household criteria. So you'll see how using that individual household criteria really was a huge boost to areas that had a lower percentage of DAC. So if you'll notice in New York City, that additional, 12% didn't, from that low income threshold, didn't really, add as much, but you'll see where it was a huge boost in areas like the Southern Tier, the Mohawk Valley, and especially in the North Country, how that really helped us to capture those relatively, rural households, low income households in more rural and suburban areas in upstate New York and in sort of the lower Southern Tier area that might have been missed had we not been able to use that criteria. Next slide. And apologies for going through this so quick. It's mostly in the interest of time. So this slide here indicates what the vote was on. These are the actual items that the Climate Justice Working Group voted on. So as you see, we voted to include those 45 indicators, and we you'll see in red, that was some conversation and discussion that we had about documenting the other indicators that weren't used. So in the documentation, when we do have this available for the public, we will have the indicators that weren't used and explain why we didn't use them, either because there was limited data or because we just, they really didn't fit. So that will be there. That we did score this on the census, that we wanted to use 35% of New York State census tracts, and that we included individual household data specifically as it for the purposes of investing or directing clean energy programs, and that it's really just housed in specifically in ECL section 75 117, and that's only for those purposes. And also that when we're defining low-income households for the purposes of including them in the disadvantaged community criteria, we're looking at households that are reporting annual income at or below 60% of the state median income. And that you'll see, like I said, you saw the previous slide, how much that increased the number of households that the disadvantaged communities definition will be able to serve. Another additional aspect that wasn't really part of the vote, but was sort of tangentially part of the vote, was discussing that we are going to review the disadvantaged communities criteria and methods at least annually, which we were going to do anyway, but we just kind of included that as an added aspect, even though that is something that is required by the statute. Next slide. And so for the public input process, we are going to be working with DEC and NYSERDA. We're going to be working together to make sure that all of the information is available on climate.ny.gov. The statute does say that it needs to be released on DEC's website. However, to avoid confusion, we will have reference to it on DEC's website, but the materials will live on the climate.ny.gov page, simply to, like I said, to avoid confusion. That's where people have been going. That's where they expect to go to find this information. And we didn't really foresee any need to kind of switch where it was located. We have put together a very high level memo on everything that provides all the sources and all the indicators. And so we'll have that available. We're going to have a Tableau map that's accessible and readable that also includes, additional documentation and discussion of the limitations of some of the information, just to give folks more context to how disadvantaged communities were determined. And when they click on the Tableau map, they will be able to see their census tract. They will have the information and the indicators on there that determine why this was a disadvantaged community. We're also looked in 2022 to host at least 2 public education sessions, sort of to help folks have an opportunity to just hear more about disadvantaged communities and the criteria and what the public comment process is going to look like. And then, as statutorily mandated, we are going to have at a minimum 6 public hearings on the draft criteria and the draft list. There is room to have more if we don't feel that the 6 have, covered or given folks enough opportunity to comment. And once we release the draft criteria and the list, that will begin the 120-day public comment period. And we'll collect comments on that draft period, and we'll see how those will be implemented into the final draft. So it's great that we voted on the 13th, but we are going to have to vote again, most likely in late spring, early summer, on the final criteria. And I believe that is all the slides that I had, and we can move on to Chris's slides unless anybody has like a seriously pressing question. Anne, is that you saying you have a pressing question?
I don't know if my question is pressing, but I have a question.
Sure.
Do you want me to ask it now, or do you want me to hold it till later?
Well, if you can't hold it, don't hold it.
I don't know how to answer that. But here's my question.
Sure.
When you say 35% of census tracts will be a disadvantaged community, does that mean 35% of the geographic land of New York State, or 35% of the population?
So it's considered to be 35% of geographic DAC, so it really is based on those census tracts. So
it's
this is
35.
basically, it's the populations within those those census tracts. So anything within those census tracts. So it's considered to be, when we say disadvantaged, we were saying 35% of the geographic disadvantaged communities, which is why we had to include the individual criteria that kind of fell outside of those geographic areas.
So 35% of the land then.
Yes, it kind of works out to be 35% of the land, or how census tracts are calculated. I think it's
Well, the
based,
census tracts aren't proportionate to one another
right, they're
by geographic size, right? They're
Right,
proportionate to population.
right. It's so some census tracts, I think it runs for census blocks. It's between 250 to 500, but census tracts can go up to about 4,000 and maybe even more. So it's a larger area.
So it's 35% of the land then, right? Sorry, I thought I got it.
It's
but
not,
it's
it's kind of a combination of the land and then also the populations within it.
So do you know, maybe if I ask this question another way, if the area that will be designated as a disadvantaged community is 35% of the land of New York State, do you know what percentage of the population that covers?
That covers, I believe we determined it covered, what was it, Chris? Almost little, about 50% when we included individual criteria.
That's right. Yeah. So I think based on the geographic coverage of the census tract, since it is a more direct correlation to like population density, the geographic criteria covers around 35% of households. One of the issues I think Alana was alluding to that the working group members had was looking at kind of like the geographic concentration of poverty in urban areas, and kind of when you're in upstate New York and more rural parts of the state, the fact that poverty is more distributed. So the working group wanted a way to make sure we captured that, and that was the impetus behind incorporating the individual household criteria on top of the geographic criteria, which gets us to around 48 or 49% of households being covered by this draft criteria.
All right, let me state it back and see if I get it. So the mapped area, once there is a map, will probably cover about 35% of the land of New York State. And then it will also cover households outside of those areas that are low income. And if you add them together, it probably covers 48 to 49% of the households,
yes,
but not 48, which is probably about 48 to 49% of the population, I guess, maybe a little bit more, considering some households. Maybe it averages out. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Any other questions on the draft criteria?
Raya has one.
Oh.
Yeah,
sorry.
I figured
Thanks,
I'd go ahead and pitch it.
Sure.
First of all, congratulations on getting
Jump
to a
in.
unanimous decision on this. This is spectacular so far. I look forward to hearing more. So I saw that concentration in the Mid-Hudson region. I look forward to seeing the maps. I presume that a lot of that is probably, Westchester, Mount Vernon, Yonkers, New Rochelle, et cetera. So interested in terms of the public hearing, will we make sure that we get coverage in areas of high percentage?
Yes. So the goal, like I said, the statute requires us to do 6, sort of 3 upstate, 3 downstate, but given the, topography of upstate New York, that's probably not going to be enough to make sure that we get all of those areas. So we definitely will be looking to add additional hearings where we think we are sort of missing.
Yeah, and that is fantastic. And I think my question was a little bit of we'll want to make sure that we that we figure out how to prioritize or saturate those areas which
right.
sound, where there's very, very high concentration.
Right. And the goal is to have them sort of be, if we can be in person, but be have sort of a mixture of virtual and in person. So we're capturing as many people as possible, have it recorded so that we can make that available to anybody who, perhaps missed it. They can view it again. And if, like I said, if we need to have additional meetings in an area because we missed, an area or we missed a time, then we can do that again.
All right. Wow. That was just interesting to see that, thinking about that, lower Westchester area, which I presume we look at the map and how closely that tracks to New York City. Thank you so much.
Sure. All right, Chris.
Great, thanks, Alana, and we'll try to make sure we have some time following this portion of the conversation for additional Q&A from council members. But thanks again for having us, on the agenda today to talk through, these important kind of components of our kind of approach to deliver on the investments and the benefits requirements of the Climate Act. What I want to talk about today is the state's approach to how we will measure and track progress towards meeting those investment and benefits requirements under the Climate Act. So a quick refresher for those of you who, may have forgotten, right, since all this started, looking at Section 750117 of the ECL kind of lays out kind of the expectations and the requirements for the state to deliver the benefits of clean energy and energy efficiency investments to communities that would be identified as disadvantaged under the law. To a level of at least 35% of benefits going to those communities with a goal of 40%. And I think as we've discussed, several times, as a state, we're not looking at that 40% as a ceiling. We're really kind of looking at that as a milepost. And so, what I want to talk about over the next couple of minutes is, kind of how we're thinking about the nature of clean energy investments and the specific framework that we'll be putting in place in order to track, progress and, measure our accomplishment towards the delivery of on this specific requirement. Can we go to the next slide, please? So, as we're thinking about the clean energy investments or energy efficiency investments that are being made currently, under the state's portfolio, there are a host of investment types that are really kind of cross-cutting and economy-wide. So, we have investments now targeted at the building sector, everything from, residential small homes through, commercial and industrial facility efficiency. As we think about decarbonization, the building sector will be such a large focus going forward. Transportation, distributed energy resources, workforce development, market development, and then investments in infrastructure such as large-scale renewables, transmission and distribution. These are all kind of part and parcel of the breadth of investments that the state is currently making across agencies, and state entities, authorities, and investor-owned utilities. As we're thinking about the way that these investments are, impacting, communities, obviously we're kind of looking at, the fact that, these sorts of investments will obviously be a driver for, improving health outcomes within communities, economic development, as we're thinking about wealth creation, the ability for, residents to gain meaningful employment, thinking about, improvements to homes and assets. And importantly, as we're thinking about, kind of the objectives of the Climate Act, also thinking about how, through clean energy investments, we can kind of build capacity within communities to help kind of advance some of that, self-determination to allow, allow communities to truly kind of participate in a just transition into our emerging clean energy economy. Next slide, please. And so as we're thinking about, how do we track benefits? How do we, identify benefits and ultimately ensure that we are able to, as a state, meet the objectives of the Climate Act? There are a number of key considerations that we're needing to think about, right? So, kind of first is, we want to ensure that these investments are actually improving outcomes within frontline communities. So we need to make sure that benefits are tangible, and meaningful within communities. and we want to kind of balance, or kind of mitigate the potential for greenwashing, to kind of outweigh those, local benefits or impacts, with, some additional, broader kind of, benefits or impacts that are really kind of accruing kind of to kind of the state as a whole or to society as a whole. We want to think about how, we're able to advance a credible accounting of impacts, while also balancing the cost and complexity of measuring these impacts. And, we also need to make sure that, we're able to manage to performance. So looking at kind of metrics that we can use to, calibrate initiatives and investments over time as we seek to kind of, improve the impact of these initiatives or investments in disadvantaged communities. We also, are really kind of focused now on how do we operationalize, a benefits tracking framework, and we need to make sure that we develop processes and approaches that we can, apply consistently across state entities to ensure that we are kind of developing a process that we can rely on when it comes to planning and forecasting, and also kind of tracking back to the ultimate impact within disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. So as we've been considering these, the approaches for operationalizing, as well as ensuring that benefits are are truly kind of impacting communities at the local level. We're advancing, or we've developed, and we're going to be advancing kind of an approach that has three primary components to delivering on the benefits and investment requirement of the Climate Act. The first would be, the establishment of a place-based investment compliance metric. So we would essentially be looking at the investment levels that are going into, place-based, initiatives, programming, to kind of establish the numerator and the denominator for kind of accounting for that 35 and 40% benefits goal. And as we're thinking about place-based investments, we're looking at kind of those sorts of initiatives or funding kind of obligations that are going to projects or initiatives located within communities, or are otherwise going to support community-led or community-related clean energy projects. So really looking at kind of those initiatives or investments that we can tie, directly to, a locality or a community. We would not include in this compliance metric, we would not include investments that are more of like statewide or systems-wide in nature. So as we're thinking about infrastructure projects like transmission and distribution investments or large-scale renewables investments, we would not track the actual investment level in as part of this compliance metric, and really to ensure that we're not kind of de-emphasizing the investments that are occurring within communities. And we also expect that obviously with these sorts of investments, the intent is really to have more far-reaching impacts. So whether that is system improvements, other societal outcomes, those would all be tied to these sorts of our infrastructure or kind of statewide investments. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to measure and track the impacts of those investments or the outcomes of those investments, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But the second piece of the framework is we will be expecting that agencies begin to incorporate considerations for disadvantaged communities' outcomes within their program design or their procurements to ensure that we're, continuing to drive outcomes and other beneficial impacts within disadvantaged communities for the totality of, New York State administered clean energy or energy efficiency investments. And then the third component is the reporting out on co-benefits or other outcomes related to clean energy or energy efficiency investments. We want to be able to provide transparency and a better kind of sense of understanding of what the broad kind of range of impacts these investments are having within disadvantaged communities. And as we're thinking about those co-benefits or other outcomes, some potential metrics that we'd want to be including would include jobs and training, energy savings, air quality improvements, energy bill savings, just to name a few. But the idea here, though, is providing these additional co-benefit metrics in addition to the investment-based compliance metric will provide us with a better sense for what the totality of state investments is actually doing within disadvantaged communities, and give us an opportunity to calibrate right over time. So that's the thinking related to kind of our inclusion of co-benefits as a reporting as part of the reporting. We plan on, and I'll talk about this in just a minute. We do plan on having some additional engagement around the co-benefits metrics. So obviously there will be some key metrics and outcomes that we can measure now and we track now that we would include, but we also want to understand from communities as well as other stakeholders what other outcomes or benefits are important to them, and then as we start to operationalize this framework, we'll be looking at methods to measure and track those benefits as well. Can we go to the next slide, please? So what I want to kind of share with this slide is a sense of the order of magnitude of the place-based clean energy and energy efficiency investments that we've made as a state. Looking back at the last year, we asked state agency staff to identify the portions of their portfolio that would be considered to be clean energy or energy efficiency related across a number of different key kind of investment categories. So the table on the right kind of provides a breakdown of investments by key investment category, and so the Climate Act actually outlines these investment categories as being important for kind of including in the investments framework, benefits framework, and so in total the state has made around $3.2 billion of investments in clean energy or energy efficiency programs or initiatives across this kind of range of investment categories. And if we're thinking about the meeting the obligations of the Climate Act, getting to that 35% investments or benefit requirement would mean around $1.2 billion kind of these investments going to occurring within disadvantaged communities. And similarly, around $1.3 billion would be kind of the benchmark to meet the 40% benefits goal outlined in the law. A couple of other just kind of important points here about this slide and the numbers here. So again, these budgets or spending estimates represent kind of a point in time, the last year or so of activity that's reported out by state agencies. Over the next month to 2 months, through February, we're actually working with every state agency to kind of take another look at kind of the investments that are kind of included here, and we'll be looking at kind of a go forward estimate. So what do we expect, would be included in the, the subject to the benefits framework, going forward. And so, once we have that, we'll have a better sense for, what on an annual basis we might expect to see. And I think the other thing that, I think is worth pointing out, if it's not apparent, the framework as it's presented now really kind of does exist independent of what the actual funding level is, right? So depending on the funding level, budget levels for agencies or utilities, we're really kind of looking at kind of 35 or 40% of those place-based investments that would go to projects benefiting or located within disadvantaged communities. Can we go to the next slide, please? I just have one other point to make. Okay, so as we sit here today, the state team is undergoing a number of additional processes to operationalize this framework. We have, as I just mentioned, a lot of work that colleagues from across state agencies are currently doing to kind of help us kind of better assess the clean energy or energy efficiency investments that are being made within each agency. So we're looking at having kind of that work wrapped up, like I said, in the next 2 months. And then we're similarly kicking off an exercise or work stream to identify co-benefits and how we might kind of attribute or otherwise measure and report out on those outcomes. And then what I think is probably the most challenging piece of all of this is developing a reporting structure that can be incorporated across the multitude of state agencies and entities that need to report out on this. So we're digging into that now and expect to have that reporting structure and process complete around the end of third quarter of next year. And our goal is to start to be reporting out on investments and any co-benefits that we're able to measure and report out on by the end of next year. So again, we're looking at this as kind of a framework essentially to kind of begin the process of, identifying and reporting out on the investments and benefits that are, accruing to disadvantaged communities. And, over time, it's likely that we'll identify additional benefits or outcomes that, are going to be important for us to track our progress. And then the last kind of piece of kind of this, implementation of this work would be obviously, guidance and direction to agencies, making sure that there's continuity and consistency across the state entities as we start to implement this approach. So I think that's the last slide that I have, and we can open up for
Looks
discussion.
like we got 3 questions, Raya, Dennis, and Ann, unless there's legacy hands there, which is a great term. Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Raya?
Were you calling on me? Yes. All right.
Yes.
Well, again, I want to say congratulations. Hats off to you, your team, the Climate Justice Working Group. This is so compelling. It's so exciting. We are schooling the federal government right now, and I don't think we should be afraid to say that. I hope that they are watching this and that they're going to take all this information and be really excited about it. So I just wanted to say thank you, thank Climate Justice Working Group. And I do have, I got several questions. One, if you could clarify that investment slide for me again, because I know you stated it out what it was, but I wasn't clear, in terms of the percentages. Was that current spending, the estimate in disadvantaged communities pursuant to the place-based metric, or I was a little, and those sort of buckets and what they mean in terms of now going forward? If you could clarify that for me, I would appreciate it. Then the key question I have is, has there been discussion of how this metric and these investments work within the CLCPA mandate to prioritize emissions reductions in disadvantaged communities in particular, both at the DEC and or at the PSC? And I saw that big ratepayer chunk in terms of, and I know the metrics are coming and that's excellent, but just interested interested in that. And that was my other question. Oh, I've got two more. So exciting. You're going to be looking at things like, and I know part of the issue in, say the Clean Energy Fund, and part of the issue with relation to procurements, as we dealt with that in the Clean Energy Fund, is it's hard to figure out, exactly what that would look like within a procurement and what those frameworks would look like. So as you do this work, do you have needs that you project? What are the types of studies that you think you're going to need to look at? And if you do have needs, I'd love to hear about that, and I want to make sure that we fulfill them. And then the last question is, what will be the ongoing role of the Climate Justice Working Group through this feedback process? And of course, also looking towards, they have a consulting role in the renewable energy program. That's not until 2024, but that's actually coming up pretty soon. So anyway, a bunch of questions. Congratulations. Thrilled to get this update.
Thanks, Raya. So I'll try to start back at the beginning. And could we go back to the previous slide, please? Okay. So apologies for not being clearer on this slide, but essentially what the breakdown in the table on the right represents is the distribution of place-based investments across these different investment categories. It does not reflect where the funding or investments are happening within disadvantaged communities. So one of many of the next steps that we have will be to, now that we have a draft set of disadvantaged communities criteria that, we were lucky enough to get the working group, to a place where they could adopt that last week, we'll be kind of further refining the analyses that we've done to better understand, baselining, right? So, and that will have to happen across different state agencies. With respect to the ongoing role of the Climate Justice Working Group, Alana, feel free to jump in on that one. But I will say that the expectation is that the Climate Justice Working Group will have ongoing discussions and consultations on not only the disadvantaged communities criteria, so as we start to get, real life, real world kind of insights on what the criteria and the benefits kind of framework is actually resulting in, there will be kind of opportunities for the working group to kind of think about, how are these investments, actually kind of benefiting or impacting the communities. And, I think there's also an expectation that, we'll be meeting with the Climate Justice Working Group on the draft scoping plan, again, as early as sometime next month. And then, we could talk through kind of what the, what the follow-up kind of engagements look like, between these two bodies as well.
So,
and Chris, if I could just jump in.
Here.
Yep.
Can I, if that's okay, Raya, can we move quickly to Dennis, and then we need to move over to the scoping plan, of course.
Yeah, but my big question was really that prioritization of emissions and co-pollutant reductions. Like, has this definition been contemplated in there, and can we at least hope or expect to see metrics, in the renewable energy program, with relation to that? Or has that been contemplated? And if not, I suggest that it should be.
Yeah, point taken. And it might require a broader discussion, but we would expect to be tracking kind of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, related to these investments that we're making. And so, the framework, this benefits framework that we're talking about now, isn't kind of doesn't exist in a vacuum, so it's going to have to kind of, work with and align kind of with, our policy kind of evolution as well.
Yeah, excellent. Because I know the PSC back in 2 commissioners heads ago, said NYSERDA, you need to look at this in terms of your procurements, et cetera. And I get that that's the challenge. All right, thank you. I can ask a lot of questions, but I'll hold them back to you.
Thanks, Ryan. Dennis, to close us out on this topic.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks. What I must be missing, and I'm sure I'm missing something here, but So when I read this investment category, it's simply, I'm going to spend money here. That's not an investment strategy. That's a spending strategy. So kind of like, is there something that you've produced that kind of like defines what the communities, the DAC communities are prioritizing as real benefits? It's one of the real reasons why I asked the question, we created 158,000 jobs. How many of them were created within the DAC community? That's a return on those type of investments. So, and in the interest of time, I'm missing the metrics, the return on what you refer to as investments, because it doesn't read investment to me, to be honest. It reads, I just want money.
Yeah, Dennis. So, you know, the framework or approach that I'm describing is, you know, essentially how we would start to, you know, what we would count and what we would track, you know, towards the benefit, the benefits goal. You know, but this framework would have to work in conjunction with, you know, program and initiative development. So there'll be other considerations that are going to be made, you know, for programs and initiatives to help, you know, ensure that we're aligned with kind of all of the objectives, you know, and kind of the direction that we're taking in the scope that you're going to be taking in the scoping plan, to ensure that there's, you know, there is continuity. So this isn't necessarily, you know, we're not outlining kind of a strategy where we're just going to spend money in disadvantaged communities. I mean, these will be investments. They'll be economy-wide investments. They could take the form of, you know, workforce development, you know, activities, investments in, you know, transportation or building infrastructure within, you know, disadvantaged communities. And part of what, you know, we're going to be doing over the next several months is working to identify those additional co-benefits that we could track and then ultimately use to calibrate these investments that we'll be making.
It's just, Chris, if I went outside in this disadvantaged community, because I'm sure that the community I reside in fit the description that was brought up by Alana, and I asked them what their priorities were, I don't know if they'd come up with this. And so I'm just trying to, at some juncture, we got to get to the point where we're speaking the language of our communities, not the language of the Climate Act, but how do I bring them together? So sorry, Basil.
No, it's fair to raise, and I think we'll have opportunity to flesh that out certainly in the coming months. Welcome all of you to take part in those meetings as we have them, please. And we'll bring it back to you as needed. So with your indulgence, let me thank you, Chris, Alana, for doing that and walking us through your tremendous amount of work and summarizing all in just a couple of minutes. Let's move on to the next and very important topic, which is the development of the draft scoping plan. Obviously, the pivotal work that we're supposed to do here. It's been steady progress, thanks to many of you, really hundreds of you, both here and watching and behind the scenes. And I want to thank you all for your great work over the year plus. So we want to hear from you, of course. Let me turn it over to Sarah to guide us through this process.
Thank you, Basil. Next slide, please. So following the meetings on November 30th and December 6th, we as a staff worked to implement all the changes that had been discussed and that the council had agreed to at those meetings. The draft was then sent out to council members for their review. And I'll just note that it did have the new chapter on economy-wide strategies. And that draft is also, the full draft is posted on the Climate Act website for folks at home to follow along with this discussion. And so we do want to have a discussion about the revised draft. And so we're going to try to do this by topic. We've got a couple items teed up on the next slide, but before we move there, in terms of process, what we'd like to do is discuss the items that we've got teed up on the next page where we got the most feedback from council members. And we did have additional, more specific targeted edits from some members, but we didn't include everything on the list of items to talk about. And so I would say once we get through the first couple items on that list, we can then, if time allows, move over to allow members to bring up any additional items that they wanted to discuss before a vote. And so what we'll do here is we'll have the discussion once it seems like we've reached an area where it seems that we can either suggest that that change be incorporated or that it not be incorporated. If it's not clear, we need to take a vote as to whether to include that or not. And then ultimately we'll move to a vote on the whole resolution that was distributed also for your review. And when you make the vote, you can make any statements explaining your vote as well. So if we could move on to the next slide, we've got just 2 items teed up here for discussion. The first is the gas system transition. And then the second is the economy-wide strategies chapter. If we could move to slide 118, please. Thank you. And so first, the first topic is the gas system transition chapter. And I think for this, it probably makes the most sense to hand it over to Bob Howarth, who had raised some concerns he had here. Bob, can I turn it over to you?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah, for that. As you know, Sarah, Basil, and Doreen, I sent a suggested revision to Chapter 18 on the gas transition system to you this morning. I also copied all of the members of the Climate Action Council. So anyone who opened their email this morning has the specific language that I had in mind. I want to point out that this is an issue I've tried to raise repeatedly. Throughout the panel groups, I participated with many of the panels, and this is an issue that we talked about and I raised. I brought it up specifically with the Climate Action Council in our summer meetings back in July and August. When the draft plan came out on November 1st, I was actually rather surprised to see this new Chapter 18 because I hadn't seen an explicit language like that in there before, and I found it very troublesome, which I did my best to explain in writing and also at our last Climate Action Council meeting. So I know staff have worked hard to revise that, but I still find it problematic. Let me briefly explain why. I think it's critical that our report as a whole be as unambiguous and as clear in giving guidance as possible to the public, to policymakers, to politicians, to regulators and investors. I think excessive ambiguity is a disservice, and I think Chapter 18 as written is excessively ambiguous. So all of the changes I'm suggesting, let me rephrase that, none of the changes I'm suggesting affect in any meaningful way the action items that are proposed, but they do change the framing of the chapter in a way that I believe makes it more consistent with the recommendations from the advisory panels, particularly those from the Energy Efficiency and Housing Panel, Agriculture and Forestry Panel, and the Waste Panel. And I really believe that the changes I've proposed are essential if we're going to avoid misleading the public. The draft plan that we've produced, that you have produced, very clearly states that we will have a rapid decline in the use of fossil gas over the next decade and reach practically zero use by 2050. But Chapter 18, as written, implies that there might be some role for the gas distribution system indefinitely into the future. And it explicitly talks about transport of renewable natural gas, RNG, or hydrogen. With regard to RNG, the Agriculture and Forestry Advisory Panel and its subpanels, as well as the Waste Advisory Panel, spent considerable effort discussing RNG future. And they see a role for RNG, as do I, but it's a very limited role with production and use co-located. The resource is much less than 3% of our current use of fossil gas, and it simply is not possible to use that in an existing gas pipeline system. It would be very expensive to do so, and methane emissions from it would be very, very challenging. So it really makes no sense to have a pipeline system based on RNG. With regard to hydrogen, both the Transportation Advisory Panel and the Power Generation Advisory Panel envision a role for green hydrogen, that is the hydrogen from 100% renewable electricity produced through electrolysis. But none of the panels suggested putting hydrogen into the fossil gas system. Rather, they too envision that the production and use of hydrogen would be co-located and not transported through a pipeline. I think it's critical to note that the hydrogen alone cannot be safely transported through the existing gas infrastructure. The science on this is quite clear. There's nowhere in the world where people have mixed more than 5% hydrogen into an existing gas infrastructure. And there's reason for that. It's simply unsafe. It's dangerous to do so. There's reason to think that you might be able to mix up to 20%. The science on that is open to debate, perhaps 30%, but no one who studies this believes that you can safely move hydrogen at levels of more than 30% in a natural gas pipeline mixed with it. It can't ever be used just for hydrogen. So to the extent we're talking about using this system for hydrogen, it means that we're always going to be mostly still using fossil gas, and that runs counter to everything else in our report. I'd also like to just point out that to use hydrogen for heating in homes and commercial buildings, which would be the reason you might think about putting it into a pipeline, is hugely inefficient. And so for the same amount of renewable electricity, you get about 5 to 10 times more heat from fuel, from heat pumps than you do directly from hydrogen. And I think that's a critical point because we must use renewable electricity as efficiently and as effectively as possible if we are to meet the goals of the CLCPA, particularly that of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 40% within the next 8 years from now. The only other change I made in the suggested wording is to replace natural gas with fossil gas throughout the chapter. This was a very strong recommendation from the Energy Efficiency and Housing Advisory Panel. And throughout the rest of the draft, I think we've done a good job with that. But this chapter repeatedly, well over 60 times, refers to natural gas, and I find that problematic. So again, the action items in the chapter remain unchanged if people accept my wording. But the proposed wording will clearly convey the message to the public and policymakers that to meet the goals of the CLCPA require moving away from fossil gas and its current infrastructure system. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I see that that Paul Shepson has his hand raised. Paul?
Just very quickly, I think that Bob has articulated a compelling case for the suggested changes. I'm sorry, did you hear that?
Oh, I hear you now.
Could you say that again?
Oh, I must have been muted and thought I wasn't. I just wanted to say that I think that Bob has articulated a very compelling case for the changes that he suggested to that chapter, and I support them.
Thank you, Paul. I see Gavin, you have your hand up.
Hi, yeah, I don't know. I guess I just have a concern about this process. We are, at the last day of putting a draft plan together. This is a huge substantive change that Bob has put out here, and there may be a lot of merit to it, but just to say we don't need the natural gas system to transport different technology in the future, I don't know if we can clearly say that in 20 years from now. So in my judgment, I have concerns about this plan, as many of you know, from a cost standpoint and a new technology standpoint and an existing renewable standpoint, which I plan on talking about later. I anticipate putting a statement into the record saying what my concerns are about the plan, what I think is good about the plan. And I think at this late date, that's what Bob should be doing, is putting in a statement into the plan so that we have a debate on the public record. Because listen to Dennis's comments this morning or this afternoon. He isn't pleased with some of the job analysis, and neither am I. So I just don't think it's acceptable to have one council member try to rewrite a chapter at this late date. So, so that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Gavin. Raya?
Well, I want to thank Bob for his comments. I want to echo what Paul said. I think I disagree. I disagree with Gavin. These are not sea changes. These are non-substantive, clarifying changes that represent what the context of this discussion has been throughout our 18 meetings. And of course, the intent and purpose of the CLCPA, which is to move us. It is not a controversial statement pursuant to our law that we are looking to end the use of fossil gas, to a major degree. And to be clear about that is important, and we must do it. And also, this is not a substantive change. This is a clarification that I think is really important. We've seen, and I know this won't be the end of it, we just heard today, the costs of doing this the way where you include more of these false solutions is higher than the cost of doing without that by an order of magnitude. We hear that again, it was affirmed today, and I fully support Bob's non-substantive clarifying changes. If we do not have clarifying changes, I agree that the public will be confused and not understand what the options are.
Thank you, Raya. Tom Falcone?
Good afternoon, everybody. I agree with the thrust of the chapter, which is that we certainly need to transition the natural gas infrastructure, and that's what the chapter has written calls for, a transition of the natural gas infrastructure, studying it. And I know the Public Service Commission has underway a PSC gas planning proceeding to evaluate that. The one thing I did want to just catch, Bob mentioned that he wasn't aware that there's any ability to use the gas transportation infrastructure, the pipeline system for hydrogen. I just haven't seen that established anywhere. I've seen some people are doing studies in Europe. I do know that if you were going to try and use the pipeline infrastructure to transport hydrogen, you'd have to replace the compressor stations and components like the turbines. You can't use the existing infrastructure for more than maybe a 1/3 blend. But I just haven't seen it, in our work to date, that there's absolutely no role for the pipelines to transport hydrogen. And, I think we should always rely on the science and make sure that we're not foreclosing things that do make sense. And I'm not saying whether this makes sense or not. I just don't see that we've done the work to reach that conclusion yet.
Thank you, Tom. Dennis?
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I'm not a hydrogen expert, but and I do understand where Bob's coming from, but I also know that there are major investments in New York being made on hydrogen, whether it's Plug Power or what's happening with Lindy Prax there. And I just think it sends the wrong message. I'd like to understand kind of like more from a research point of view. We have a great SUNY structure with great researchers. To me, this issue, as we look through 2022, let's take advantage of this period of time, and this should be part of a research project that we can engage our university structure in. So instead of individuals that, like myself, that don't have that technical knowledge, I certainly, and I know Bob is into this, I just think it's time that we start to think about bringing in subject matter experts during this public comment period. I just think we should take advantage of it.
Thank you, Dennis. Peter?
Hi, good afternoon, Sarah. Thank you. I guess I rise to sort of support Bob's position here. I think Paul Shepson said it well, that Bob, I think, laid out a great case for non-substantive changes. And maybe just add a point of granularity to my colleague Raya's wonderful comments about, you know, what we're going to be asking the public to comment on. And there's some inconsistencies in our draft plan as it relates to things like renewable natural gas. I mean, I think the way that the waste chapter looks at it is the way Bob has articulated in a non-combustion format, used locally without expanding of fossil fuel infrastructure to move, you know, renewable natural gas from where it's being produced now, if you will, landfills in the agricultural sector into, you know, legacy leaking natural gas systems. So my concern is that here and elsewhere we have inconsistencies in the chapter, and I think Bob was doing a really nice job of putting forward some language that would clean that inconsistency up, or that one in particular. I don't know how we adjudicate that here in this process, but it'd be kind of confusing, you know, which take on renewable natural gas is the public being asked to comment on.
Thank you, Peter. I do see we have a couple additional hands raised. Donna, Rose, and Bob.
Thanks, Sarah. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess I have two issues, and one would be on substance and one would be on process. And on process, I just feel like we've all been very collaborative during this process. We've benefited from transparency and, you know, kind of collectively working on the plan. And so to have edits like this at the 11th hour, to me, just really isn't appropriate with the process that we've been using. So that's my first issue. But the second issue is I do think these are proposed changes of substance. And I think it's, I just disagree that they're non-substantive. And I think that the comments being made are the sorts of comments that we expect we would be discussing in 2022 and that the public would be discussing. So I think, you know, it's an extreme measure to propose sort of dismantling the gas system without having a replacement in place. And I really think that's what these edits do. And I guess the only other comment I'd like to make is just to echo, you know, I know everybody knows my viewpoint, but I think my viewpoint is we need to have as many options on the table as possible until we're certain we have a replacement. And I don't think we are certain. And I think there's so much work being done in hydrogen. I don't agree that the systems are leaking. I mean, there certainly are portions of systems leaking, but our natural gas networks have been invested in a tremendous amount of money in the last decade and 2 decades under plans approved by the Public Service Commission to make them, you know, more and more safe and hydrogen ready. So what we're doing is to make our system more hydrogen ready. I don't think we should be taking that off the table. And I think these are substantive. So thank you.
Thanks, Donna. Rose?
I hear that Bob is behind me, so I will defer to him, and I'm not a hydrogen expert whatsoever, but is there a middle ground here? Where if indeed, and it does seem inconsistent with what we've said elsewhere, to make this chapter more consistent without saying that we want to dismantle the infrastructure, and more study and, you know, looking at it, we'll use the study period, but there's got to be, and Bob, I haven't actually read the actual edits, but there should be something in between that it just enables us to make it clear what the intent is, if feasible, and then we can use the year to go forward to take a better look at it.
Thanks, Rose. This is Doreen. Before Bob jumps in, and I'd like you to respond specifically to Rose, because that was one, upon reviewing your edits, Bob, I was curious if you could see a future to some sort of, I'll call it a compromise position, perhaps language that lays out these I'll call it disparate points of view in the edits as an alternative. So I'll turn it to you, Bob, to see where you are on that topic.
Okay. Thank you all, for the very civil discussion that's going on here. Before I respond specifically to what you just asked, Doreen, I'd like to go back to the process issue, because it's actually process that is bringing me to suggest these changes. You know, I participated in many of these advisory panel meetings, particularly with the housing, particularly with the ag and forestry, and with the waste. I listened and participated, spoke in several of those. And in none of those panels, and as far as I know, in none of the panels whatsoever, was there ever a suggestion that we would see the fossil gas system used eventually for hydrogen. And the science is very, very strong on that. I mean, it really is not subject to debate. It's if you were to put any significant amount of hydrogen into the pipelines themselves would have problems of brittleness and explosion risk, but also the appliances in people's homes. Everyone would have to replace their furnaces, their gas heaters, their stoves. This is a really bad idea. It wasn't discussed in the panels, and it was not discussed in anything that was presented to us in the Climate Action Council meetings until it suddenly appeared in the draft towards the end of the report on November 1st. That's the first time this has come up. So, you know, am I calling this out the 11th hour? Well, no, I've called it out consistently since the very, very first time it crept into our process, I think inappropriately, on November 1. It is not a result of the process that we've followed in all other way. Is there room for compromise? I mean, if you actually read the changes I've made, they're pretty modest, I believe. So let me just read you the first line as it was and as I'm suggesting it. The original line says, all of the information before the council indicates the achievement of the emission limits will entail a restructuring of the natural gas system. Well, you know, restructuring is just way understatement. We clearly have agreed in our other parts that we're not going to be using natural gas. So again, the question is whether there's some other purpose for this. And I think getting the gas transition right is critical. It's going to be really a challenge. And if we focus the discussion on the challenges that are involved, instead of having a debate about whether the science on hydrogen is real or not, I think it would be much, much better service to our state. So my suggestion for the rewrite just of the first sentence is, all the information before the council indicates that achievement of the emission limits will entail a downsizing and perhaps eventual complete dismantling of the fossil gas system. It's got to be a downsizing, and I don't say it's got to be dismantled, but it might be dismantled. That's what we're talking about. Restructuring is just, I think, way, way too ambiguous and a real disservice to focusing the discussion that we need moving forward. But again, I very much appreciate the civil tone of this, and thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Bob. Is anyone else? I don't see any other hands raised. Oh gosh. No, these are old hands. Maybe not though. Sarah, have you been
Ann is new.
Ann?
It
Okay.
looks like Paul, Raya, and Ann might be new.
Okay.
Want me to go? Yeah.
Go for it, Ann.
I was waiting for that. So I was just gonna add, my instinct was the same as Rose to look at the language and you know, suggest some compromise language. But I did go back and read it in detail and read it twice, and I agree with Bob. What he puts forward is more clear, but it's not unreasonable at all. It's saying sort of acknowledging in a less ambiguous way that the most likely scenario or a possible scenario is that we have to really move away from the gas infrastructure. And I just wanted to, well, in any case, if you do decide on some compromise language, I liked the sentence that he added that said, explore the safest, most reliable, and least expensive approaches for an orderly transition away from fossil gas. And then he left the language that said some investments in traditional infrastructure may still be necessary. So I do think it reflects a balanced approach. And even that sentence illustrates that there's safety issues, there's reliability issues, there's expense issues, but we should still explore the best way to do that. And if we don't explore the best way to do that, we'll be behind when we figure out that we need to.
Thanks, Anne. Paul and Raya both have their hands still raised. Are those legacy hands, or do you have something additional?
Yeah, for me, a quick comment, for the document to suggest in ways that I think are in contradiction to the discussions that have taken place so far, that we would maintain the natural gas infrastructure transmission and distribution system through to 2050 would require substantial investment in the maintenance of a known to be leaking system. There would be additional significant costs. And so to suggest that we would do that would require a cost-benefit analysis of the return on maintaining that system for really inefficient use of hydrogen. The other thing I wanted to say is how I feel about the vote depends on hearing what the role of the council will be over the next year. And I would like to be informed about the extent to which, as there is additional testimony and additional information being brought forward, to what extent and through what date the council members will be able to suggest additional edits. There are some technical questions that get raised, and is there going to be a point at which, if we make changes, well, then there's not an opportunity for public comment on those changes. And I just, between now and 5 o'clock when we vote, I want to know exactly what we think will be the role of the council and opportunities for changes in the future. I have some concerns that I have sent too late to be fully incorporated, and I'm okay with that if we still will have an opportunity for discussions and editing. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Paul. I think I just want to add, for just watching one of our leading scientists humbly say, let's not talk about the science, because non-scientists are putting forward suggestions that if you see substance, please share with us where that substantive change is in the language, because I don't think folks are saying they see substantive change, and I think other folks just aren't seeing it because it's not there. And in particular, that word restructuring, which is wildly triggering to anyone who has any background in the energy and power industry, is completely inappropriate, as Bob says. Frankly, I don't think we should be voting. If we can't agree on what these, what some of these non-substantive clarifications will be, I don't think we should be voting. And also, I thank you, Paul, to say that that the system is not leaking is not a fact. It's untrue. It's untrue to say that.
Thank you, Raya. Paul, to your specific point about the role for the council into next year, we do have next step slides that are intended to get to that. But for your direct question, yes, we do see a role for the council to continue discussing these topics going into next year, also reviewing the feedback that comes in from the public comment period. and that all of that would go into work towards a final scoping plan due at the end of next year. So it does seem like there's room for those continued discussions into next year.
And it will be clear to everyone when there is a drop dead date for incorporating any additional changes. Correct?
We don't have a drop dead date as of this point, but yes, I would imagine that we would definitely need one going into the final scoping plan next year.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah. Is that all of the questions or hands raised? I see Anne's hand is raised still. Anne, are you okay?
Oh, Anne took hers down. I'll just say that I think that we should, if we need a little more time to get this right, we should take it.
Well, listening to all of the feedback in response to the edits that Bob had specifically provided on this topic. First of all, I wanted to ask you, Sarah, just for clarity, were there other edits to this section that we should talk about from the members, or were they in your category of non-substantive edits?
So the edits, this discussion was meant to capture the concerns that were raised. So there were concerns raised around RNG, renewable natural gas still, and I believe this discussion is capturing that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there weren't other points that had been raised that we should bring up, but it sounds like they've been raised in the context of this discussion. I do think, specifically, Bob, I think the edits that you had provided, frankly, left open the topic of RNG and hydrogen to the question that Paul just raised. It is non-specific with respect to those fuels, and thus, at least as I had thought about it, it leaves open just this process for the deliberations that would occur over the coming year, which seems to be revealing itself as the central topic for this panel's continued work into 2022. So for what it's worth, my impression was that perhaps was intentional to allow that to happen as well.
Yeah, if I could just respond briefly. Yes, I mean, I think there's a lot more to be discussed for RNG and for hydrogen. My goal is simply to respond so that this chapter is consistent with what we present elsewhere in the report and consistent with what was developed through the panels, which I think has been a great progress. And again, if I had seen this creeping up back in August, I would have raised my concerns then. But the first time it happened was November 1st.
Understood. So for the purposes of this discussion, I went into it thinking there could be a few possible solutions. I think it is fair that one option would be for the scoping plan within the actual chapter to call out these two points of view, perhaps with some edits as such. However, the other option would be to simply take a vote as to whether we should include some version of Bob's edits in the draft scoping plan when it's issued later this year. And I think on the basis of this discussion, at least what I'm hearing is it would be preferable for the members to simply vote as to whether they're included or not. Does anyone disagree or have another point of view? How about you, Basil? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be good to hear from either Sarah or the lawyers as to the plan itself. I mean, we had envisioned from the beginning that there was always room for dissenting opinion. We'd even mentioned, minority report, which I don't know that we're necessarily at that point because we are really talking about a specific section right here. So is there a more surgical way to do this, as you note, to actually include both positions in there so that the public understands that the positions, or does it need to be changed? I mean, the public is aware that there are differing opinions on that, as opposed to having it be the report says this. It can be the members say certain things. Certainly read other reports or plans in the past that do that.
But
But
is this really substantive? I mean, is this, upon hearing the actual edit, it leaves room for everything. The way, Bob wrote it. Is it a minority report, or is it? I don't
Rose,
see the substance.
I'll let you all decide that. I think, just given my role as chair and Doreen's role as chair, I think we want to hear that from you all, which is why Doreen put the question out there. But that to me is the question for all of you to decide right now and decide how we proceed with it. But carry on, Rose.
I think the implication is that there is no contrary position, a reasonable articulated contrary position to the non-substantive edit.
And this is Donna. I don't know if you can hear me, but I would sure appreciate it if both positions could be included. I mean, for me, I haven't even been able to thoroughly read Bob's edits, and for anyone who had, was doing other work this morning, they may not have as well. So to me, to be trying to agree to edits that we haven't thoroughly been able to review seems like a big ask.
Can I get some clarity here? Because it sounded like what Bob was saying was really one sentence being modified. If we all have screens, I mean, one way to do this might be to just effectively show the two sentences printed out on the screen so we can actually see what the language looks like currently and what it would look like if changed. I mean, that might be helpful. I think Bob read it out, what kind of went in our ears and maybe out the other. That might be a helpful starting point. Is that something that we can do? Someone who's got the
Basil, just to clarify, I think it'd be great for people to take a quick look. I just referred to the first sentence. I actually made changes in about the first 3 paragraphs, first page and a half. But it's in edit mode. It's pretty easy to see what I suggested, I believe. I tried to make it transparent and easy to see.
It's extremely easy.
So we can go into it right now and take a look at it.
Can somebody pull it up? I don't know, Sarah, if you can do that.
Let me see if I can try to take over sharing and get that up. Give me a second.
So, in the interest of filling airspace, related to what Paul said, I did know that, and this is on the same topic, although it seems different, in Chapter 24, Future Work, which is very short, it didn't say that the council will be, it didn't say anything about what the council will be doing in 2022. And there were a bunch of fixes to the comments on the last version of the plan that I think were amounted to the council will continue talking about that in 2022. So maybe it's worth adding a sentence to Chapter 24 that says that, and then it will acknowledge that we still have these things that we're debating. But sorry, go ahead and share, Sarah.
Very interested in the sharing.
Can folks see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Basil, it's Gavin.
Go ahead, Gavin.
I'm looking at this language again. I just think using the word dismantling before we know what we're talking about is problematic and is substantive. I mean, if you dismantle the system, what's the option if you ultimately have to truck these fuels? So that's a whole other set of issues. Why couldn't we modify Bob's language to say that we need to study this and look at options in 2022? As somebody sitting here, I think it's a very substantive change to say dismantle, downsize, when we really don't know what we're talking about, in my judgment. So I hate to push back on my friends, but I think we're just being a little over the top using words that say dismantle the system when we don't know the implications of it. And it should be studied by other groups like E3, the ISO, and some others. And, you know, the Public Service Commission, what's their view on that? That's a huge policy change. You know, I'm not trying to hijack anything. I'm just trying to point out.
If you don't like dismantle, you know, how can you, what is in defense of downsizing? I'll remind everyone of the real inappropriateness of the word restructuring, which anyone who's been in the power industry for any amount of time knows is not what we're trying to say here. That was the complete restructuring of the system, changing of ownership. That's not what we're looking to do here. How is downsizing inconsistent with our law?
Well, would downsizing be sufficient if you left out perhaps eventual complete dismantling? So we talked about what entail downsizing.
I mean, don't you think you want to study that before you say what your options are? I mean, that has not been studied. That's only my point. I mean, if the study comes back from some experts to say, yeah, dismantle it, which I don't think it will, but if they did, that's fine. But why are we saying that in this document already when we don't know?
Well, that's what Rose is saying. If you remove dismantle, can you live with downsize?
I don't know. I mean, it's just, I think it's irresponsible to say that.
And I think it says somewhere, I
downsizing?
can't see it. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think what we need is a full study. I think we all agree this needs to be studied seriously with the energy providers at the table and the PSC. And there's just such a great large body of research about the best way to have a resilient, reliable system and be able to still decarbonize the state. And that I don't think we know yet what, whether and what degree of a role the system could have, but many studies are showing it can have a very large one. So I don't think we know. I do think we agree it needs to be carefully studied. And here's one topic for which we didn't have a panel, so it's sort of hard to sit here since we haven't been able to have a lot of discussion about it yet, and to try to be so specific about what actions, whether it's downsizing, restructuring, or using it in a way to help decarbonize. I mean, I think there are different viewpoints.
I'll just take off my chair hat and commissioner hat now, put it back on. Just reading the whole sentence. I mean, it appears that there's enough room in here to keep people comfortable, right? All of the information before the council indicates that achievement of the emission limits will entail a downsizing and perhaps eventual complete dismantling of the system. I mean, that recognizes the current state of knowledge, all the information currently before us, and the perhaps word, it recognizes that it may not be possible at the same time. So I do see it provide some more clarity over the word restructuring, which I don't frankly know what it means. There may be a better word than restructuring, but right now I do see that there's plenty of room still within that sentence. So now my chair hat's back on. Rose and Paul.
Let me just make a couple of comments. So to me, the dismantling is not an important word for me to see in there. What I want to see us not do is invest what will ultimately be taxpayer and ratepayers' dollars in standing up a system, maintaining a system that would be used for natural gas. That seems inconsistent with the intent of the plan. But I'm wondering if we could compromise on removing the words about dismantling, because I don't think it's necessary to meet Bob's intent. The other thing I'd like to say is, and probably people will pile on, is I just find this whole document to be a remarkable achievement. And I would hate to see us miss the opportunity to have a solid vote for it over this chapter. So I would like to suggest that we try to do a tiny bit of wordsmithing here and have a vote. And for those who object, however it goes, they file, a statement that goes along with their vote that enables people to see what they're objecting to, and that conversation carries over into 2022. But I do think these items are really important, but I don't want to miss the incredible achievement of the people who put this document together that goes a long way towards meeting the goals of the Climate Act.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Paul. Looking back at the presentations that the team presented with respect to the integration analysis, I think we can all agree downsizing is absolutely part of the narrative that they produced. Those graphs that show the use just declining significantly, I think is critical to convey. So I think, why don't we agree? I'm trying to move us forward here. Why don't we agree on removing the perhaps eventual complete dismantling part of that first sentence? I think we can all agree that that is a factual statement on the basis of the analysis. However, I'm going to phone a friend here, Carl. What about the second sentence? The second sentence that says the virtually complete lack of gas by 2050. What would you say on the basis of the integration analysis? Is that a statement that we would want to maintain for the purpose of the act?
Yeah, so thanks. Happy to jump back in at this important juncture. So I guess the sentence there to me is a bit ambiguous. I assume it means fossil gas. I think that our scenarios did not show in all cases that in 2050 there was a virtual complete lack of gas. So I think that is an area for kind of further discourse and maybe equivalently struck as you have proposed the dismantling.
Okay.
So again, greatly diminished makes sense. That's consistent with all scenarios.
Okay. I mean, I can take that. I thought I was being true to the presentations that you had. My look at the fuel mix in 2050 for all three scenarios showed no fossil gas is what I meant. Yes. In 2050, but I'm fine with if that's not true. Obviously, we shouldn't say it. I'm also fine with Doreen's suggestion that we delete perhaps eventual complete dismantling. What I'm trying to do is get around this ambiguity around restructuring, and I do think it's well, you know what I think. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. If we scroll a little further down, isn't there another sentence that relates to the same issue around dismantling? I just wanted to carry that, if to the extent, Bob, that you had edits, I want to carry that edit through if it applies. Okay. I don't see it in that way. I think it's referred to as downsizing elsewhere, not dismantling.
I would be fine if, I don't think dismantling is in there again later, but if it is be an editorial change to downsizing, I'd be fine with that.
I'm
As opposed to having us debate it in the last 15 minutes of our meeting today.
gonna interject because I know it's at the end of this chapter, and if Bob is okay with changing that word to, you know, something that that represents compromise, maybe we could move forward. It's right at the end of the chapter.
No, thank you, Paul. Thought I saw that again.
It's section 18.3.
There.
What if we change dismantling to downsizing?
Perfect.
Okay. So I think in working to try to move this forward, having reviewed the edits from Bob, I think there's 3 changes that we agreed to in the beginning, and here we would remove, we'd reframe dismantling as downsizing, and then we would strike that clause at the, sorry, now I don't have it in front of me, but the clause at the very first sentence, or the second, the virtually complete lack of gas, as well. Oh, thank you, Sarah. I think it would say downsizing of the fossil gas system.
Right. Doreen, are we referencing the elimination of renewable natural gas throughout this as well?
There's nothing in my proposed changes which gets rid of RNG except in terms of suggesting that we as a council have thought it's a good idea to put it into the gas pipeline system, which runs totally counter to all of the discussions and all of the panels which considered that.
I mean, I'm just an all technologies person, but
I mean, I think the plan contemplates the use of it, as Bob's been making the point, but it's saying that we shouldn't be building out infrastructure in places where it doesn't exist to move that renewable natural gas off a site. The waste chapter really eloquently sort of says that we should capture that methane because of its global warming potential, but not build out infrastructure and move it into a, you know, the system to be combusted elsewhere. It should be used on site in a non-combustion format. I mean, that was my inconsistency point made, you know, half hour or so back.
I mean, in the first paragraph, we're saying I think this is Bob's edit. It crosses out infrastructure to deliver low carbon fuels such as RNG. That's deleted in the first paragraph. I hope I'm looking at the right thing.
That's correct. That's my suggested edit, because as I say, none of the panels envision such. So I don't know where this language came from. It didn't come from any of the activities leading up to the council. It wasn't in the scoping plan, none of the panel discussions, nor what we discussed in council as a whole. So I don't think we should be presenting in the text materials which we never discussed and just suddenly appeared on November 1st.
I mean, I participated in a number of those meetings too, and I thought our approach as a group, and maybe, you know, maybe I misunderstood, was an all technology approach. But we weren't going to preclude technologies, and we were going to be innovative.
Except where it would explode and can't be done.
Well, I don't even know if you know that, but if that's the, you know, we haven't even studied it. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, you listen to
The person who studied it most is the one proposing the change. Sorry.
No, but okay.
I would have thought that it was probably coming from other studies being contemplated and considered by the council itself. You know, again, an enormous body of research using renewable natural gas in other parts of the country, and as an option. And I think it's just an issue that it'll be an issue for discussion next year is the way I was viewing it. I didn't view it as an issue that we were eliminating as an option.
Well, I think our question is, how did it get in there as an option?
Well,
nobody, it you know, it didn't come from our process is what was going on.
But I think we've all agreed that it's not going to be in there. So do we have to rediscuss it? It has been struck out, so let's just keep it out.
I don't support taking it out, but you know, we put that up for a vote. I mean, we have issues in this report that are non-consensus recommendations already. You know, we have the climate working group, the climate justice working group saying there should be a moratorium. We have the climate council saying there shouldn't be a moratorium, or it's a that we're not suggesting it from the council standpoint. So why are we could treat this the same way we treat the moratorium issue for the purposes of public comment.
Complete non sequitur.
I don't know if this is going to be helpful to add, but my understanding is that, say, the scenario that's the strategic use of low carbon fuels does include RNG, and it includes the strategic use of RNG or green hydrogen. But the strategic part being defined as it would be like targeted at hard to electrify sectors and wouldn't be a part of the existing natural gas system, that it would be used on site. And at least that's how I've interpreted how Carl has described the scenarios. And I think that's what Bob is saying, that it's using it in the natural gas system, unless I understand correctly, is not what's contemplated in that scenario. But maybe
Instead of us all guessing, why can't we ask the PSC for an opinion? They have the responsibility to regulate the system, deal with the rules. Why don't we see what they say about this? I mean, Rory's on the committee.
Well, I mean, I think that there's about dozens of recommendations that we as a council are making that the relevant agency will then opine on when it becomes fleshed out and implemented. Although, you know, I don't.
The most important one is our natural gas distribution if we're going to have an economy, and I would think the PSC would have a view of this.
View of what? That's the other thing, is the lack of precision here.
I think we've covered it, right? We're not, why would we get that specific on something? We made edits, we took out dismantling, we said, you know, looking at downsizing, which all the studies have talked about, or all the committees have. And why would we bring this one specific thing up? If the PSC or whomever comes up with great information over the year, then it will go back into the record. But this is a degree of specificity that we're saying shouldn't be in it.
I agree. And as much as I would disagree with it, it also doesn't preclude, you know, the way it is existing, you know, in the plan right now, this consideration is going to happen. You know, removing this specificity, it doesn't stop it from happening as much as I wish it would.
At least for my 2 cents, you know, I listened to all the conversation back and forth, you know, and we have a lot of different topics, a lot of different conversations. There's RNG, there's, you know, replacement of appliances. There's the question of whether you would perhaps produce hydrogen from excess renewable production and use the gas transportation system, repurpose that to move the green hydrogen in the place you need. There's lots of different uses, but at least in my view, there isn't any scenario whereby the natural gas system isn't downsized. I mean, it's certainly going to be downsized. The question is just whether there's some elements of it that might be repurposed or reused, and that is subject to future study. I would suggest the language here meets everybody's needs. No document's perfect, and perhaps we should just call the question and move on.
Yeah, I think certainly that's where we're heading, Tom. We're heading to 5 o'clock, and we have another big topic to cover. But I think, Bob, with respect to the second sentence, you were okay with using a term like greatly diminished use or something like that by 2050. Or sorry, greatly diminished use. Oh, sorry, we're missing a clause there, of fossil gas by 2030. Hold on, I'm getting confused now. I thought there was an edit you had proposed in that sentence. Help me, Bob.
I don't know that I proposed it specifically. I thought you had, and I went along with it. I'm getting tired personally, I gotta say. You know, I don't have any problem if we just say the integration analysis scenarios and advisory panel recommendations show a greatly diminished use of fossil gas by 2030, and what further? Even my English is escaping me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
if Carl tells me I'm wrong in the virtual completely, I could guess. I thought that's what the figures from Carl said, but if I'm wrong on that, then we should certainly get rid of that.
or maybe the term
Yeah.
in the second clause should be fossil.
Yeah, I think it's, well, right. I mean, so these scenarios show a reuse of the pipe for hydrogen potentially, if it's done in the correct way, or RNG. You know, in those scenarios, there wasn't remaining fossil gas in 2050, but I don't think we can, as a declarative statement, say there will be zero. So I think there's just a matter of how this greatly diminished fossil fuel, greatly diminished fossil gas by 2030, and continuing, you know, to 2050. I mean, what's the
greatly diminished use of fossil gas, period.
Yeah,
period.
that would be fine.
Period.
That's all I was fine too. Yeah.
Okay.
We ought to all be okay with that, because if that is not true, we will not have met the requirements of the Climate Act.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, having reviewed this section, we've removed dismantling. We've now clarified what was stuck in my mind around that second edit. I think in order to move this forward, we are at a position where I think we're going to have to at least each express a point of view through a vote as to whether the draft plan includes these edits or not. It's just frankly the fastest and most efficient way forward at this late point. But hopefully this has given folks a chance to see the extent of Bob's edits and further refinement as such. So with that, I think that's what I would propose. Basil, at one point you had asked for a process check. Is anyone, Sarah or the attorney side of DEC or NYSERDA, have any feedback, or should we just proceed to a vote of the members as to whether to move these edits forward?
And just the two edits you just discussed, there's the cross through on those, not the additional edits in the paragraph. Correct, Doreen? Just so everyone knows what they're voting on.
I thought we were going to vote on the cumulative edits now, my edits as amended in this discussion, and I agree with those.
Just want to make sure we're clear on that, so we understand that. Yeah.
So it would be Bob's edits plus the edit with the edits that we just made layered on.
Yep.
Thank you, Basil.
So Doreen, this is Pete. I think the baseline process point is that for the Climate Action Council to make a decision, there will need to be 12 affirmative votes for said decision. But other than that, you do have, a number of pathways you can take to make that decision, as I think articulated by various members. But if you'd like to take a vote on this language, you would need 12 affirmative votes for it to be passed.
Okay. Well, that to me seems to be the most expeditious path forward here. So I would say let's take the vote.
Okay, in terms of process, motion, right?
Can I ask one thing about process? If the vote is not 12 affirmative, then we go back to the old language? And okay, but Pete said something about there are other venue.
Yeah, Rose, I was referring to, so for instance, I think Paul and others, and maybe even you, Rose, had suggested potentially that a statement be filed by Bob accompanying his vote on the plan. I mean, that's another path forward. I'm just saying that.
Gotcha.
To make any decision, you need 12 affirmative votes.
Yeah, I don't think we're presuming that it would be a fallback and that we'd necessarily go ahead, but for one step, then the next, I'd say.
Got it. Just understanding the process.
Thank you, Rose. So I'll ask Val, do you want me to call for the vote or do you want to run through the process, Val?
I think for clarity, maybe you want to articulate again, so everybody's on the same page, what exactly it is you're suggesting that the vote be on. And then, and then I'll run through the roll and see where folks stand.
Okay. So the proposal here is to amend the draft scoping plan as you had received it to include the edits provided by Bob Howarth this morning, as you see on the screen here. But on top of those edits, to include the 3 red lines that were just made by Sarah to the screen you see here, as well as the very bottom of section 18 on page 9 of the PDF document. So that is the proposal, and if we have 12 votes, we would make the changes in the draft scoping plan that is issued at the end of this year. How's that?
That's good. Does someone want to, I guess,
make a motion?
Right, someone to make a motion to move it and then a second.
I make the motion to move it.
I second.
Okay, fasten your seatbelts. Co-Chair Harris?
Yes.
Co-Chair Sagos?
Yes.
Commissioner Ball?
Yes.
Donna DeCarolis?
So question, is discussion closed or can we still have discussion or is it closed?
We are working to address the first discussion topic, Donna. There's still a second that we have to reconcile.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I guess what I was going to say is on this, I wonder if we can't keep in the clause that was struck that ends with such as RNG, because to me, it's really describing an element of the low carbon fuel scenario that I think is helpful. So that was I'm just wondering if that can be considered before we close discussion on this particular section.
Well, I think discussion's been closed and we're taking a vote.
Okay, then
to consider additional information, you would have to define the vote parameters and then take another motion. So as far as the motion that has been raised, we are in voting.
Okay, opposed, thank you.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Commissioner Dominguez unfortunately had to drop.
Okay. Gavin Donahue?
Oppose.
Dennis Elsenbeck?
I'd be okay with the edits we made today, but not the rest of his changes. So not the RNG and not the hydrogen. I think that needs to be further studied.
So I'm unclear. I don't think those weren't included in the.
If I have to vote in totality the changes, then it's no.
And I believe that is what we're asking, is the totality of the changes.
That's right.
Right. CEO Falcone,
Yes.
Vince Ravishare,
Yes.
Rose Harvey,
Yes.
Chair Christian, was with us.
Oh, we may have lost him.
I'll circle back at the end. Bob Howard,
Yes.
Peter Iwanowitz,
Yes.
CEO Driscoll,
Yes.
Commissioner Reardon,
Yes.
Ann Reynolds,
Yes.
Isha Santiago Martinez,
Yes.
Raya Salter,
Yes.
Paul Shepson,
Well, I hope we could still insert the word "of" on line 4, use of fossil gas. But either way, I'm a yes.
if it's a typo, we can handle.
Just a missing word in the edits.
Commissioner Wisniewskis,
Yes.
Henry Splitoff,
Yes.
I have 16 yays and 3 nays, and just trying one more time for Chair Christian. I know he was with us.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, thank goodness. I vote yay with the condition that my vote not be construed as an endorsement of potential future policy that may come before the Department of Public Service.
Okay, make that 17 yays and 13 nays. So with that, the language as described earlier by Co-Chair Harris would be adopted into the draft of the Climate Action Draft Scoping Plan.
Val, did I mishear you? Did you say 13 nays? You meant 3.
I said 17 yays and 3 nays.
Okay.
She said
Sorry.
15. It gave me heart failure, so I'm glad we.
Oh, I'm sorry
A lot of
if I
numbers all of a sudden.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. I'm not sure.
It's been a long afternoon. Thank
It
you all.
has, and it's going to keep going. Thank you, Val, for that. Thank you all for closing that item out. Let's move on to the second topic that we had, Sarah, for discussion, please.
Sure, Doreen. The second topic for discussion was the economy-wide strategies chapter. And for this, I will ask Peter Iwanowitz to share some of the concerns that he had. Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I appreciate it. Hopefully these won't take as much time to go through. And Sarah, I did email you a couple of red line changes if you wanted to pull those up at some point. I don't know if they'll be necessary or not. One thing I was concerned about this chapter is that to me, it almost read like an either or rather than what I thought it was going to be as an also and. And there was some discussion about carbon pricing. And the way I sort of looked at it is I felt that this chapter sort of looked at these as an alternative to the emissions reductions that are already contemplated under the law, which is we have emissions limits in the law. There's different, then regulations that DEC would adopt to achieve those limits. But there's a very real need to pay for a lot of this stuff that is in the plan. Page after page of different recommendations. And I think all of us want to support local governments. We want to help consumers transition away from combustion of fuels, et cetera. And I often look at carbon pricing, and maybe this is different, but I know there's a number of members of the Climate Justice Working Group that look at it this way because we've backed in the past legislation that would do this as as a pathway forward to pay for the transition. So for me, carbon pricing isn't primarily an emissions reduction strategy. It certainly could be viewed that way, but for me, I look at carbon pricing in conjunction with the emissions limit of the CLCPA as complementary strategies of funding, if you will, the Climate Act. So I throw in one quick edit at the top just to clarify that if the purpose of setting a price on carbon is, to achieve emissions reduction of the Climate Act, then all the language after that follows. But that's a big if, one I don't, believe in, but it is a big if. So one clarifying piece of language there at the beginning of 17.1. And then, sorry, when I started to do some pagination, there's a big gap in the language. So if you wanted to scroll down quite a bit, Sarah, there's going to be a gap in the page. And then further down, one other sentence. And these are easy enough for people who are following along with the document that you posted online to find them, but chapter 17.1, that carbon pricing would provide a revenue stream that could be used in support of the multitude of needs identified in the scoping plan and would work in concert with the statutory emissions reduction requirements of the Climate Act. So again, something like the Climate and Community Investment Act, which isn't referenced by name in this chapter, but it certainly could be one of those legislative vehicles, wouldn't supplant the emissions reduction goals. It would be a way to fund the just transition that I think we all, identify as needed there. So certainly if the level of carbon pricing was set at a level that was high, it could accelerate the impacts of achieving emissions reductions, but I don't look at it as a either or proposition. There wasn't enough language in this chapter to me to suggest that. So a couple of small edits. I didn't want to get too wordy. I could go on and on if you wanted more edits in this chapter, but I offer up a couple things here just to clarify that there's different approaches here, but the intent of carbon pricing shouldn't be solely as an emissions reduction vehicle. It's a revenue generator. And I would say that's not a markup change, but when I was reading this chapter for the first time, I guess it came out to us on the 11th of November, I noticed that there was fair treatment of low carbon fuel standards, or what we call the clean fuel standard. But then when you go back to the transportation sector, which is on page 117 of our most recent draft, there's language there that says that the state should enact enabling legislation directing DEC to adopt a clean fuel vehicle standard. And given the concerns that I think that are rightly expressed in Chapter 17, we must modify that language in the transportation sector. I just don't think that we can have a plan that casts such shade on low carbon fuel standards in Chapter 17, yet then in another place in the scoping plan say that the state should enact enabling legislation directing DEC to do it. So I just wanted to make that note too. It's not a Chapter 17 edit as much as it's a Chapter 11 edit that's related to Chapter 17, new language.
Great, thank you, Peter. If I could ask either the co-chairs or I can't see the hands raised or anything else in the view that I'm in right now. So are there any other comments on this chapter?
Looks like Rose and Ann have their hands up.
And Gavin.
And Raya.
And Gavin, sorry.
Nope, no worries. So how about we go in that order? Rose and Gavin. Right.
Good news is that's an old hand, so I'll defer to the next.
My hand is not old. I mean,
mine is not either. I have no problem with Peter's edits in the carbon pricing section if that helps anybody. I think they're good clarification language. Really not going to take a position on the clean vehicle language that he raised, but the issues of carbon pricing are fine with me.
I raised my hand to say the same, that I was good with that language. I don't think we should change the transportation chapter because then we'll get down ourselves a hole of, changing edits there. I just wanted to compliment this chapter lays out the pros and cons of these different strategies, and I think it's a good approach. I read it and I thought, oh, I wish we had this a year ago and we would have had a year to debate them and maybe we would have some specific recommendations by now, but we don't. So I think we should include the chapter. I'm good with Peter's edits. And I like the fact that it does say that the council will hear feedback on this and make a recommendation, you know, in the final plan about one or more of these types of options.
So yes, it sounds like folks are agreeing about Peter's edits on the pricing. I also do. It's important to acknowledge that we're not looking to forward, also that there are limits to our market-based mechanism strategies that we're allowed to do as well. And of course, I agree 100% on his clarification about what that would be doing. I also think it's really important that we do make the edit in the transportation section, because to my mind, this is exactly one of the options. You know, this is part of the option. This is part of what we're looking for the public to weigh, you know, is will we have a low carbon fuel standard? I think that is the tension that we had between the Climate Justice Working Group and other contributors. So I think that it's false to say that is the recommendation and that it should be struck so that we can have that discussion about options.
Any other comments?
I just want to go back to, I mean, Raya just sort of seconded my thing, but I don't think we can have language in Chapter 11 that says that we're directing DEC to adopt something that we're going to still study under Chapter 17. It just is the easy way to soften that language, to say that clean food standard could facilitate and allow for further discussion under Chapter 17, but we can't have it that direct in another place where it says that the state should enact enabling legislation directing DEC to adopt a clean fuel standard. Seems kind of woefully inconsistent.
Yeah, so I guess then I need to disagree again for what I said before. I mean, we accepted all the consensus-based recommendations of all the panels. And I think that's one of the nice consistencies of the plan, and then recognize that even that didn't add up enough to meet the emissions reductions in time. So I don't think we should go re-legislate, wouldn't be the right word, but what the transportation panel recommended already.
Well, it's not true we accepted all consensus recommendations, but we also need to take into consideration the thoughts of the Climate Justice Working Group. There's a lot of tension in this plan, as we spent the past hour talking about things that are coexisting that we're going to need to work out, and this is one of them.
Should we, in considering Peter's edits, look at them based on what you just said, Anne, should we separate the two for our consideration? Again, if we're going to bring this back to a vote, it sounds like there's some who have spoken up who would perhaps not agree with the edits on the transportation side, but perhaps might agree to the edits here that we're looking at.
Sounds like it.
I guess it would be good to know. I mean, Gavin, I think you said you weren't going to take a position on the transpo edit. Does that mean you're opposed to it, or it's just outside of what you want to talk about?
I'll be honest with you, Basil, I'm not comfortable with it.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the carbon pricing piece. I know they're linked, but not necessarily the transportation piece.
Okay.
So Anne said something, and I know Raya just asked about it, but that we've accepted the panel recommendations. I don't recall ever sort of like either having a vote or an affirmation of that. And I think the last time we really talked about the transportation panel's recommendations were some questions about them when they made the recommendations back in the spring, and then there was further discussion with the Climate Justice Working Group in June. But I don't remember us as a body ever sort of quote unquote accepting the panel recommendations.
Correct.
For anything, to be honest.
Correct.
Well, I guess, well, I'll let someone else answer.
It seems that it's one of the major options. It's one of the major issues that needs to be decided. It hasn't been decided.
Well, it sounds like in the chapter, it was accepted by virtue of the text that Peter read that I don't have memorized. It sounds like the report prior to the addition of this chapter supported that policy.
Yeah, I think that's the inconsistency, is that we say that we're going to study it. The Climate Justice Working Group is against it, and then we are also recommending it, as opposed to putting it into the bucket of things that have yet to be worked out, which is where it belongs.
Maybe we need a little bit of discussion from a transportation work group of the decision to put it in that, whoever wrote that chapter, to put it in that way.
I'll ask, to that end, I'll ask Jared Snyder to step in here on that specific language. I'm wanting someone who is directly involved. What's your point of view on this, Jared?
So I think we should recognize that we're looking at a number of scenarios here in the integration analysis. One of them, scenario 2, has a role for low carbon fuels. Scenario 4 has somewhat of a role for low carbon fuels, I think a little bit less. I mean, I think that this language maybe applies if we go down either of those paths. An LCFS should be adopted. But if we're not envisioning a role for low carbon fuels, granted a low carbon fuel standard can also support electrification, but I'm not sure if we went down the path of accelerated electrification whether we still need a low carbon fuel standard to support it. So maybe we should just soften that language.
That's what I proposed. So I said, it shouldn't be that hard, direct DEC. I think we should just say the second sentence of that language, which is components of the strategy on page 117, where we just say a clean fuel standard could facilitate decarbonization of transportation fuels, et cetera.
That's right. It's it's baked into one of the options we're discussing. It hasn't been decided yet, pursuant to what Peter said and also Jared.
Now, Doreen, I know that didn't ask you a question about where the language came from, but
but so irrelevant, really.
Okay.
Hey, Jared, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, Ron, is that you?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I do apologize. I know the commissioner's been trying to weigh in, but she can't hear you. And we're having difficulty seeing the language, but I know you were talking about the low carbon fuel standard. And I know there's some issues with it, but it is one of the things that we need to consider for those hard to electrify fleets, including, emergency vehicles, snow plows, other. So I just wanted to weigh in and make sure we're communicating that concern.
yeah. And I really do think we need to pull up that language. I mean, I pulled it up myself, and Peter, you're referring to it, but let's maybe if Sarah can find it. Page 117, I think, Peter, you mentioned, right?
Is this the right spot?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So, notwithstanding the other comments, I personally think this should stay in. I think it's a very clear recommendation, and I support it. But I also think it's important to keep like a clean energy supply standard or clean energy standard as one of the economy-wide options to be examined to see if it should be extended to the other sectors. That's the way I was reading it. We have these three choices of economy-wide strategies: the cap and invest, the clean energy supply standard, and carbon pricing. And personally, I think we're going to need one of them in each of the sectors. It could be the same one in all the sectors, or it could be a different one in each of the big four sectors. But I know we're not there yet in recommending one of them to be economy-wide. So I think we should keep it as something should be studied as an economy-wide strategy. But I don't think it should change this recommendation that's been here in the plan, you know, since we got the recommendations from the transportation panel.
Okay. I'm wanting to move this along, so I think on the basis of what I hear, Anne, is probably going to be perhaps, am I correct in saying you would like us to separate this into two votes, one on the edits to the other chapter and one on the edits here, that proposed edit here?
Sure, that should work.
I don't see why personally, but whatever.
Okay.
The edit it's a ministerial edit that needs to be made because it is not representing, it's not about the recommendation, it's irrelevant where that came from. It's that these are just what Jared said. These are baked into the plan in different pieces, and this recommendation, it doesn't make sense. There's a clear inconsistency, and it's part of what needs to be evaluated. It's a ministerial edit.
Well, I don't see it that way. I see why you're saying that, but you know, my own opinion is that there's lots of places where the plan is ambiguous and kind of bums me out. But I understand it has to be that this is a very clear recommendation that came from the panel, and I think we should keep it in there. Even if we're studying the application of a clean energy supply standard economy-wide per Chapter 17. But, you know, that's just my opinion, Raya. I'm sorry we disagree.
Yeah, it's just, well, clearly we do disagree, but there are significant climate environmental justice concerns, which is why I am bringing this up. And that's what, and that's not me, that's the Climate Justice Working Group But it, you know, it's not, there's a reason why this is an option that needs to be weighed by the public, and that's what the plan, contemplates. But we do need to move forward, I agree.
Okay. So I think we will just separate them for that purpose and certainly move on. Should we start though? Why don't we start with the initial edits from Peter? Sarah, do you have the other? Sorry, I'm wanting to get to the top so I know what I'm referencing here. Is there a page number or a, okay. So,
This is,
okay, got it. So we're chapter 17, right? Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to make a motion for the members to vote on adopting the edits that are within section chapter 17 and as are reflected on this PDF markup from Peter. If you vote yes, you would be voting to include those edits in the draft scoping plan when it is issued later this year. So with that, I will ask Val to call the roll for a vote.
It's so Doreen, you just laid out what people would be voting on. So I think now someone should move that proposal and then second it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so I'll
do you have
move
a
it.
motion?
I'll move it as Peter.
Thank you. A second?
Second. It's
Thank you.
Roberta.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
Val?
Co-Chair Harris,
Yes.
Co-Chair Sagos,
Yes.
Commissioner Ball,
Yes.
Donna DeCarolis,
Yes.
Gavin Donahue,
Yes.
Dennis Elsenbeck,
Yes.
CEO Fanicone,
Yes.
Vince Rabashir,
Yes.
Rose Harvey,
Yes.
Chair Christian,
Yes.
Bob Howard,
Yes.
Peter Iwanowitz,
Yes.
CEO Driscoll,
Yes.
Commissioner Reardon,
Yes.
Ann Reynolds. Did we lose Ann?
It was on mute. That was a yes.
Okay. Is Pisha Santiago Martinez still with us?
Yes. Yes, I'm on.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Raya Salter,
Yes.
Paul Shepson,
Yes.
Commissioner Visnowski. Oh, I'm sorry. Rebecca Kepnick is her designee.
Yes.
Henry Spleetop.
Yes.
Okay, that should be 20. I didn't hear any nays.
Great. Thank you, Val. So with that, we'll adopt these edits in the draft scoping plan. And then now we're going to turn to the other section. Sarah, sorry, we have the one edit that we were going to vote on separately. Would you be able to pull that page up again? Thank you, Sarah. It's the oh, no, so we were going to vote separately on the transport section?
So the transportation section, I think, was not marked up in this version. Peter was suggesting that we might need to make the change on, I believe, this page.
Thank you. Sorry, Sarah, I was getting confused. So the proposal that Peter had made, I want to make sure I reflect this correctly, is to also amend the draft scoping plan when it is issued to change the word should here to could, next to clean fuel standard, within section, sorry, now I need to make sure I'm reflecting the correct section of the paper, of the plan. Under section T12, T12. Just to double check, I got that right. Correct, Peter? Should to could?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mark this up. I didn't think this would be this controversial. What I was hoping to do is to strike that first sentence where it says the state should enact enabling legislation directing DEC to adopt a clean fuel standard. Strike that language and then say a clean fuel standard could facilitate decarbonization. I mean, I think we're still studying the issue. We shouldn't be so direct in that first sentence, and I would do that. And then there's a couple of other shoulds to coulds further down the paragraph that I would just make to be consistent with that. So I think that would recognize the input we've received from the Climate Justice Working Group and their opposition to it, but I think it also would recognize and reflect the drawbacks that are laid out to this standard under Chapter 17, and that keeps the question open rather than being so equivocal.
Okay, so we need to change would to could here. Are we able to do that, Sarah? Just so everyone knows.
And then further down, there's a reference. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Sarah.
Oh. Sorry, I'm having difficulties here, but that would change. One as well.
Yeah, and so those would change to could rather than would and should. And again, I don't think it says that we won't do it in the future. I think it just keeps the question open the way we've reflected it in Chapter 17.
Okay, so essentially what we would be voting on is to make the changes that you see here in section T12, removing the first sentence and replacing would and should with could that are underlined in green. So could I have a motion to make those changes in the draft scoping plan as issued later this year?
This might surprise you, but I'll make that motion. Peter.
Second.
I will second.
Thank you. Val?
Co-Chair Harris,
Yes.
Co-Chair Sagos,
Yes.
Commissioner Ball,
I vote no. I agree with our colleagues from DOT on their intentions there.
Donna DeCarolis,
I vote nay.
Gavin Donahue,
I vote yes. I just wish we had this type of flexibility with the natural gas system.
Dennis Elsenbeck,
Yes.
CEO Falcone,
Yes.
Rose Harvey, Rose, Chair Christian,
Yes.
Bob Howard,
Yes.
Peter Iwanowitz,
Yes.
CEO Driscoll,
Yes.
Commissioner Reardon,
Yes.
Ann Reynolds,
No.
Keisha Santiago Martinez, are you still with us? I'll circle back. Raya Salter,
Yes.
Paul Shepson,
Yes.
Rebecca Kepnick,
Yes.
Henry Spletoff,
Yes.
Rose Harvey, are you still with us? And I think we lost Keisha. So we've got we've got 14 yays and 3 nays.
Thank you, Val. So we will carry that edit through in the draft again, that's issued later this year. So I will say with that, Sarah, were there other topics with the plan that we were scheduled to discuss today, or should we move this to a vote?
Those were the two topics that we had teed up for discussion.
No, Sarah, I mentioned a topic or two I wanted to raise with you. Language.
So there were specific edits, some additional specific edits. Gavin, did you want to raise yours?
Yes. In the spirit to be consistent with Peter, I have two, which I think are ministerial edits. I'll be very quick about this. On page 166, on the draft of December 12th, at the top of the page, funding should be prioritized to projects that are electrically located. The word electrically located, I would like to be put in there. And it's significant because it deals with the ISO's processes about the location of generation. Electrically located, for example, you may have offshore wind someday. It will be out in the water and not located in city, so to speak. So the word electrically located is something that is important. And then I have a second change that I've been working on page 171 of the report that deals with resource adequacy and adding in, and like Peter, I don't really have the specific language change. What I say is the state and the ISO on resource adequacy, because that's what's going on with resource adequacy at the state level. So those are the language changes that I have, which I think fall in the line of being ministerial.
Gavin, can you say what page the first one was on? I'm just trying.
166 in.
Thank you.
Gavin, do you have, I'm trying to make sure we have a way to make sure everyone is aware of the edits you're proposing. Do you have this in any form that could be shared, or trying to think about how we make sure we're all in agreement as to what you're proposing?
Well, I mean, the first change is one word, electrically located. So that shouldn't be complicated. The resource adequacy section in the first sentence, I'm sorry, I don't have this. This is something I worked on this afternoon. All I'm saying is, and the ISO. It says the state should examine currently. All I'm saying is the state and the New York ISO should examine all resource adequacy options and continue to improve resource adequacy contribution compensation. If I could just get a reference to the ISO, since they have the jurisdiction over wholesale energy markets, and it's been a big issue that we've all been through at the state. I don't think the resource adequacy provision in this current draft reflects the outcome at the ISO.
Can I say, did you say 160? Oh, wait, 167. Expand.
So I think I may have found this. It's in the E6. Is that correct here? And
The edit I sent you on
Right
page
here.
one. Yeah.
So, sorry, I need to,
I can't really see it from here.
I know, I'm sorry. I got to shrink this down a little bit so I can see the whole. So under the provide increased funding for energy storage deployment, in this last sentence here where we have funding should be prioritized to projects that are located in frontline communities, that's where you're saying
That are
electrically located.
Exactly, the word electrically in front of located.
Oh, it's not showing up.
Look, what page is that one on with the electrically located? I'm unclear as to why it would need to be located. Sorry, I had gone to 167.
166, right?
Oh, okay.
It's in chapter 13.
Okay. 66, 166.
If you're looking at a version with the track changes in it, Raya, which is what I have printed out, it's page 177.
Oh, okay. I'm not actually.
Okay.
I'm using the December 12th draft, if that helps anybody.
I'm using the December 17th draft. I'm sorry. What's the sentence? I'll search for it. Located
We're
in.
adding one word, electrically located.
Does it say
Funding
electrically
should be
located?
prioritized to projects that are electrically located in frontline communities where the resilience needs are often the greatest.
Will everyone understand?
So I think I have this up on the screen if folks can see it.
Okay. Okay.
So this is in the version that is posted to the Climate Act website that all members of the public have access to as well.
Gavin, if you could please help.
Clarifying question. This is Rory. By electrically located, you mean the benefits of that system should accrue to the frontline communities?
Absolutely, Rory. Yeah.
Okay, so you're making the distinction between an asset being physically placed in a disadvantaged community and the benefit not accruing to that community.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, now
Just wanted to get ahead of the discussion.
all right. Well, that's helpful. How how does electrically it's how does that make that clear? Sorry though.
It's so that the money and the
you're trying to
resources aren't going for a project unrelated to the community.
Maybe it's better to
Gavin, just to my understanding of this, I think the best way to clarify it is you're building a substation that's going to benefit, hypothetically, Midtown Manhattan. You would probably build it in Midtown Manhattan. But if you're going to build it in Harlem to benefit Midtown Manhattan, the asset is physically located in an area where it's not providing the benefit. What Gavin is attempting to accomplish is to highlight that the benefit of this installation, whatever it may be, should accrue in the community where it's needed. So if Harlem were to need a battery storage facility, you could put it anywhere, provided that electrically it is benefiting Harlem.
I agree with the intent, but I'm not sure that that language is clear enough for me. What if we said instead funding should be prioritized to projects that benefit frontline communities?
Directly benefit.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't want to step on the chair's thoughts here, but just that located in, we've got this formula about the disadvantaged communities. I agree at being slightly perplexed by the electrically term of art and what that says, although I appreciate what I hear, Gavin, that you're expressing and that the chair is concurring. If the chair concurs, then I
I'm
defer.
just trying to be consistent with what the ISO and how they treat these units. That's all I'm trying to do. Is be consistent.
Yeah, and I think somebody actually said an appropriate response a minute ago. I don't remember exactly, but they said funding should be prioritized to projects where the benefits will accrue to frontline communities or something to that effect. I don't recall who said that.
That was me, Bob.
Bob said it.
You know,
There
I
you
agree
go,
with the
Bob.
intent. They're just electrically located. Just to me, doesn't convey. I don't know. I think it would confuse a lot of people.
Yeah, and I think it is more consistent with the work of the Climate Justice Working Group. It ties more directly to the definitions. I think it's getting at your exact point, which is a really good one, yeah.
Benefit. Well, benefit is our language. I defer to the chair and apparently to Bob. And yeah,
Friendly amendment on my part, but
Gavin, does it get it what you mean if you say benefit?
I'm just trying to address an issue the NYSERDA staff has, PSC staff has, as they award projects dealing with battery storage and other things in the future. And the term electrically just is consistent with that issue that's trying to be resolved. I'm not trying to change policy. I'm not trying to change intent. I'm just trying to make it consistent with what's going on. That's all. And it's the same thrust of the other language change on resource adequacy, the same meaning. I'm just trying to be consistent with current state policy.
So I think if I could make a vote or make a proposal, I think I would adopt Bob's proposed language. I think it gets to what you're saying in a way that is, I would say, more aligned with other terms that are used in this scoping plan. So I think the proposal had been benefit frontline communities, I think was what you had said, Bob.
yes, that's correct.
Yeah. If there is some electrical interconnection difference, that would capture it by virtue of the point of injection versus point of delivery.
I mean, it's fine. Let's just move on.
Okay. So there was one other section, as long as we're looking at the actual document, perhaps we should grab that edit too, Sarah?
This is from the December 11th draft page. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's 171 of December 20th.
Could you perhaps maybe give the section? Was it under the bullet that starts with resource adequacy?
Yeah.
So if you look up on your screen, is it what I have pulled up here right now on page 171?
Yes.
And your proposal is that the state and the NYSO.
New York. Yeah.
Are those the extent, does this reflect your proposed changes, Gavin?
I mean, there's a, you know, I think in every sentence, wherever the state is, you should say the ISO. I mean, but I wasn't going to belabor this.
In the resource adequacy section?
Yeah.
Okay. That's easy.
You know, the second sentence, the state and the ISO should, you know what I mean? the state and the ISO in the third sentence. In the last sentence, the state and the ISO should continue to evaluate capacity market value. It's not a New York State function at this point. Solely a New York State function. It is a joint function.
Okay. So with these edits, I suppose we should take a vote, given that we've done so with the other changes. Val, would you agree?
I would say that would be consistent.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion to make a couple of edits to the draft scoping plan as it's issued. First, to replace the state with the state and the NISO in the section labeled resource adequacy that you see here in chapter 13. And then Sarah, could you scroll to the other edit? Just so, thank you. And then also in chapter 13 to make an edit that changes the sentence, funding should be prioritized to projects that benefit frontline communities where the resilience needs are often the greatest, in the section on energy storage. So do I have a motion?
I would move that.
Thank you.
I'll second it. Not second it since I put it up.
Thank you. Bill?
Co-Chair Harris,
Yes.
Co-Chair Sagos,
Yes.
Commissioner Ball,
Yes.
Donna DeCarolis,
Yes.
Gavin Donahue,
Yes.
Dennis Elsenbeck,
Yes.
CEO Falcone,
Yes.
Kevin Hansen. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Vince is here. Vince?
Yes.
Rose may not still be with us, but just in case, Rose? Chair Christian?
Yes.
Bob Howard?
Yes.
Peter Iwanowitz?
Yes.
CEO Driscoll?
Yes.
Commissioner Reardon?
Yes.
Ann Reynolds?
Yes.
I believe we have lost DOS. Raya Salter?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
Hi. Oh, great. Yes, this is Keisha Santiago Martinez. Yes, and
Oh,
I must have been
can hear
double
you,
muted.
Keisha.
I voted yes on the prior one. You just couldn't hear me. Sorry about that.
It's okay. So you are still with us. Thank you. You are yes?
Yes.
Okay. Raya Salter?
Yes.
Paul Shepson?
Yes.
Rebecca Kepnick?
Yes.
Henry Spletoff?
Yes.
Okay, that should be 19. Yes, 19 yays.
Thank you. So again, these edits will be included in the draft scoping plan. Now I will ask Sarah. Have we captured the discussion items for the day?
Yes, unless there are any other council members that want to bring up anything else.
Okay. Well, with that, I believe our next item was to turn to the vote. Am I correct, Sarah?
That's correct. And if we could ask the CADMIS team to start sharing the slides again, starting with I think it should be slide 119.
We can do that. Just be a moment.
Okay, so yes, as I just said, let's now turn to the vote. This item concerns a resolution to consider the release of the draft scoping plan for public comment as presented and discussed today in accordance with section 750103, subsections 11 and 12 of the Climate Act statute. The resolution reads as follows. Resolved that the members of the New York State Climate Action Council hereby approve the release of the draft scoping plan as presented at its December 20th, 2021 meeting, together with any changes necessary to reflect considerations discussed at said meeting, and any additional non-substantive editorial or grammatical changes deemed necessary for clarity or accuracy, for purposes of soliciting public comment for a period of not less than 120 days, which will include at least 6 public comment hearings, and will so notify the public by posting on the Climate Action Council website. The draft scoping plan was developed in consultation with the Climate Justice Working Group and other stakeholders. May I have a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
Thank you. Given that our bylaws require an affirmative vote of at least 12 members of the council to approve this resolution, I will now ask Climate Action Council Secretary Valerie Milanovic to call each member's name to ask for your vote. When you hear your name called, please signify that you either approve the resolution by saying aye or you disapprove by saying no. And I will ask Sarah and Val, I know some of the members have some statements they wanted to provide. Should they provide them now or at another time?
We've asked members if they want to make a brief statement explaining their vote that they can, but if they have a longer statement, they can instead share that and we can build it into the record by attaching it to the minutes for this meeting.
Thank you. So if you have a brief statement, you can provide it with your vote. Val?
Okay. Co-Chair Harris.
Aye. I want to just very briefly say it is with my deep thanks that I offer that vote to all who have contributed to getting us to this point, from the council and the advisory panel members to agency staff and members of the public. I am very pleased to vote yes to issue this draft scoping plan for public comment. So aye from me.
Co-Chair Sagos.
It's a strong aye for me as well. This draft document really very effectively memorializes all of our work, an incredible amount of work that's gone into this plan over the course of the last really 2 years. And I want to thank all of you for all your hard work. This gives us a solid foundation for the next year of probably even harder work. But it's an honor to have served on this great council with you and to see the results of all this incredible work. So it's a strong aye from me. Thank you.
Commissioner Ball.
I too vote aye, and just want to thank all the members of the council. Want to thank our leadership and our co-chairs for their excellent guidance through this process. I will attach a longer letter and comment on it, but thank you so much.
Donna DeCarolis.
Thank you. I also have a statement I've sent to Sarah, and Sarah, I hope you will share it with the council and attach it as part of the record. I appreciate that. And so, what I would say is, I just want to say again how much it's been my pleasure to work with everybody and to be part of the council. There's a lot of things in the plan that I do support, but there's many areas where I think we need to do more work. And I just want to mention 3 quickly. One, I think, is customer cost impacts are still missing. And I think the plan really needs to include a detailed, credible analysis of cost impacts for all customer sectors across the state, and it should be part of the public discussion in the coming year. And I think it's particularly concerning given the upfront cost to consumers that the council's consultant has presented to us of between $20,000 to $50,000 to convert an average upstate single-family home to an electric heat pump. along with the energy efficiency upgrades that would be needed. So I feel like we really need more understanding of cost impacts as we go forward with this. And then second, we talked about this a lot today. I feel that there's missing a true thorough evaluation of how to optimize use of the natural gas and electricity delivery systems in the most beneficial way for consumers. So I mean, I think when we look at the gas transition chapter, there's a lot of work that really needs to be done. And rather than shrinking, recommending potential elimination of the gas infrastructure that's in place, we instead should create a blueprint about how to optimize and evolve it in a way that not only preserves but enhances reliability. And I think that needs to include, in a more thorough way, the dual heat pathway for buildings. And then finally, regional considerations, I think, need to be included and really require regional solutions. And just a quick example, I'm just especially concerned that the draft scoping plans proposals will have a significant negative impact on upstate New York, where affordability and reliability are even more critical. And over the past 10 years, for example, upstate is about 56% colder than New York City. So what I worry about is the cost to electrify single family homes at great expense could lead to more cost and less reliable service. And I think none of that would be the council's aim, but I think it could be a result. So I think given these kinds of regional differences, we need regional solutions to enable us to accomplish the goals of the Act. Relative to the motion before us, though, and as we've discussed, I do think the public needs to weigh in. I think the public needs to have greater awareness. I'm respectful of the process that we have followed so far. So it is in that spirit that I do vote to approve the release of the plan. And I do just ask that that we stress the importance of a thorough and fair review of these issues before the public. As I don't really feel that, for example, today's discussion on Chapter 18 was very detailed, thorough, or as in-depth as it needed to be. So thank you.
Thank you. Gavin Donahue?
Well, DE comes from DO, so Donna took a lot of some of the themes that I wanted to express here. I support the public reviewing this, so I vote yes, and I think it's important that the public has an opportunity to see this. Like Donna, I do support a lot of the recommendations in this report. I'm very, very satisfied with the level of detail around the carbon pricing discussion. I would have liked we could have come up with a recommendation on how to deal with it and what mechanism to address the carbon emissions. But there's a robust discussion around carbon pricing, and that's a great outcome. But building on reliability, resource adequacy, we just talked about it. The margins are getting closer and closer every year. We need to be focused on reliability. We spent an hour or so talking about integration of jobs, and then we talked 20 minutes about dismantling the natural gas system. I worry about what that means as a policy. Consumer costs, even, Peter indicated there's a lot of dollars associated with a lot of these programs. There's no mechanism expressed how we're going to pay for any of this. And to build on Donna's, because I support everything Donna said in the area of costs, and now we've lost the Build Better New York federal legislation, Build Back Better legislation. I've lost that. So there was a lot of money that was going to help accomplish that. And I think that needs to be really mindful as we move forward on the compliance side of this plan. I am incredibly disappointed about the lack of discussion about zero emission technologies. We have studies from E3, the ISO, New York City, talking about the need of dispatchable resources. We have Governor Hochul giving state money to Plug Power to build in New York. We've got NYPA doing a demonstration project, and we fail to acknowledge the importance of dispatchability and how we're going to keep the lights on. And I think that is a major shortcoming of this report. We also do not get into any detail about how to deal with the vital importance of keeping our existing renewables in New York State. We are losing money every year by RECs being taken out of New York. I appreciate the fact that we talk about the need to keep existing nuclear, but our renewable portfolio is incredibly important to us. And the whole issue of moratoriums and gas, we've beat the gas system up today as a council. I'm disappointed that we're even contemplating a moratorium on natural gas. when we really as a group don't really truly understand the consequences or the policy ramifications of that. I'll just sum up with, I appreciate everybody's perspective. We may not always agree. I appreciate the friendship. I've learned a lot in this process. I have, in the last half an hour, have sent in a written statement to all of you as council members that I would ask to be part of the record. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Elsenbeck?
I'd also vote aye to move this to public hearing and ask that we all kind of acknowledge the work of Carl and Sarah and Jared and all of those team members. They were extremely responsive to everything, at least I've put forward, and I will forever appreciate people who actually listen and try to give you a voice in this process. As we go public, though, I ask that we develop a basic diagram of what the electric system looks like and where the CLCP goals fit. Throughout this whole process, we've misused terminology from transmission to distribution. What is supply? What is demand? And I really think it'll be good for the public to better understand what we're actually talking about, or we'll be talking around them. I personally feel we need a deeper focus on creating clean energy manufacturing jobs that align with the CLCPA goals. This could provide an extremely sustainable economic impact on our DACs. And in that regard, I think we need a better understanding of what is meant by benefits within the DACs. I just thought that was a little lacking, and we got to do a better job on what our communities want so that these recommendations align with what they want. And even this hydrogen investment and discussion about the natural gas system, I really believe we need more study. The state is investing, there's companies investing in it, and I think we have to have a better idea of it instead of just pushing that to the side on these edits. And I'd encourage a meeting between the Climate Action Council members and the utility consulting group. I thought the input that they put in was good. I think it needs to be fine-tuned to the comments or the fine-tuned to the scoping document that will be put out to public. But I just encourage us to always rely on subject matter expertise, and we can still make our own decisions on final recommendations, but let's take advantage of the expertise that's out there. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO Falcone?
Yes, and with gratitude to Doreen and Basil and Sarah and Carl and also my fellow council members, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and congratulations.
Vince Ravishir? Vince?
The potential for the development of green manufacturing in New York, and that it notes the importance of developing our policies thoughtfully and in ways that do not produce economic or emissions leakage. Thank you.
Vince, can you just repeat your vote, please? You cut out on me a little bit at the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry, I voted aye.
Okay, thank you. Rose Harvey, I think we may have lost Rose, but just in case. Okay, Chair Christian?
I vote yay to issue the draft scoping plan for public comment. Ultimately, I think the more time we have for public comment, the better the final report will be at capturing the needs of New Yorkers and ensuring that the energy transition we're embarking upon emphasizes reliability, affordability, safety, and environmental considerations. Just to be clear, since many of the topics included in the plan may come before the commission at a future time, my vote should not be viewed as either an endorsement or evidence of predetermination on any particular topic. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Bob Howard?
I vote yes, and I want to, with thanks, acknowledge the tremendous effort by the council leadership, the other members of the council, all of our advisory panels who did just such an incredible job, and also the staff for tremendous effort to get us to where we are. I think it's a very, very powerful report. I also want to thank all of the council members and the leadership for your positive response to the concerns I raised earlier in this meeting today. And I very much look forward to working with you all over the coming months and year. So happy holidays to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Iwanowitz?
Yeah, I want to express my thanks and gratitude for the co-chairs in the process and the fellow council members, and indeed the staff that are with us here, but also that work so diligently that are usually in the participant category. But I know who you are and where you are and what you've been doing, and I just want to just express my deep thanks and gratitude for that. So let's just be clear. The nation, and I think indeed the world, really needs New York's leadership right now, especially relates to climate and equity and climate justice. This plan, I think, is taking shape into what I view as a common sense economic blueprint for the state. As we heard earlier today, the cost of inaction is $90 billion more than the cost of acting. The benefits of acting outweigh the cost, $90 to $120 billion. And I think the plan for me is clear. If we spend what we need to on an annual basis, we will not only zero out climate pollution from New York that is driving the climate crisis, we'll be able to hold on to $30 billion and the economic value of that $30 billion that we currently spend for imported fossil fuels from other states and nations. $30 billion a year. Boy, I'm looking forward to seeing that economic value retained here in New York State. We'll improve the health of New Yorkers. We will prevent tens of thousands of premature death. We'll create more than 100,000 jobs. And importantly, we'll invest in disadvantaged communities to ensure that those who are on the front lines, remember the people who drafted this legislation, got it through the legislative process and into law, the front lines, that will actually be able to help in the climate crisis. And they'll be able to have investments to help them not only cut their energy waste, but we will invest in those communities to begin the just transition. So the plan needs more work, and putting out for public comment is the next key step. And I'm just really happy to vote yes with all of you.
Thank you. CEO Driscoll.
Yes, I'd also like to vote yes. And I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the council on achieving this important milestone. So thank you. I wasn't here for all the hard work of the council, but I know what it took to get us to here. And again, congratulations.
Thank you. Commissioner Reardon.
I vote yes, and I want to thank the chairs and the staff and my fellow members for a really amazing opportunity to have these discussions. Obviously we're long ways from finishing, but it's an amazing beginning. And I know from talking to people around the country, all eyes are on New York. Congratulations.
Thank you. Ann Reynolds.
Hi, I also vote yes to release it to the public for comment. I want to echo the thanks to the state team for all the work you did and all the analysis that will be so useful as reference material for implementing the plan as well. And compliments that it's being released on time. You know, that doesn't always happen, so let's acknowledge that too. I also just want to say two things. Just reiterate that the foundation of this plan is to get renewable energy projects built as well as transmission and storage. Not to put too fine a point on it, but unless we get renewables energy built, the whole rest of the plan is a house of cards. But I think that we will get renewables built, and Governor Hochul and the state team has been very aggressive in awarding contracts, and we need to get those projects over the finish line so that we can have those construction jobs and operating jobs coming to New York. Last thing, you know, we agreed on so much more than we disagreed on. And I do think it's important to note to ourselves and also in the messaging to the public that although we're presenting this as options, you know, over 90% of the emissions reductions are coming from measures that are not optional in the plan, that they're the electrification and the building renewables, and that we all agree that we need to do. So I think it would be important to still continue to talk about those policy differences for that final percentage of emissions, some of the controversial topics we spent a lot of time on today, but to continually reminding ourselves that most of what we need to do for the next 19 years, we agree on. And so we need to move ahead with those things. And thank you again.
Thank you. Keisha Santiago Martinez?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. On behalf of Acting Secretary of State Rodriguez, I'd like to start by thanking all of you. I've seen firsthand the incredible amount of work that has gone into this draft scoping plan, and I want to extend my gratitude to all of my fellow council members, advisory panel experts and stakeholders, the state agency staff and research consultants for not only contributing their ideas and solutions, but also the seriousness to which they applied to this work. New York State is in fact the leader in climate change. Both our advocates and state agency staff are fierce and committed. This draft scoping plan is definitely not the end, but the beginning of setting the state on a coordinated path towards seriously addressing climate change and changing the role we play in this major global threat. There's much work ahead of us, and I look forward to participating in the public hearings, roundtable discussions, and other targeted work toward finalizing the scoping plan. So to that end, I emphatically vote yes, so that we can move this draft forward to the public and strengthen it through the diversity of New York's voices.
Thank you. Brian Salter?
Hello, and I echo what everyone says. Thank you so much for all the tremendous work our co-chairs, staff, everyone has put into this. I absolutely vote yes, and I am gladdened in the recognition that this was envisioned by the grassroots advocates who championed the CLCPA in 2019. We know we must act on climate. We know state action is more important than ever. We know that the benefits of climate action outweigh the costs for health, for the economy, for women and femmes, children and families. I remain concerned about false solutions that I believe remain in the plan that are inconsistent with the recommendations of the Climate Justice Working Group, science, and other stakeholders. Energy justice demands that we focus not only on GHG reductions, but equality, equity, and fundamental fairness. In fact, this is the only way that we'll get to the transformation that we seek. However, I look forward to a robust and transparent process going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Shepson?
I vote aye. I want to quickly restate how impressed I am with this document. I think it was a remarkable achievement and is a testament to the hard work of the co-chairs and the members of the council. I have tremendous respect for the members of the council and the co-chairs, and it's been a pleasure to work with you and have the opportunity to contribute to this document that will kick off a fantastic act of leadership by New York State. And I'm very excited about that. We are doing a great thing here. Since it was raised during this vote that we might engage the public in a focused conversation about costs, I want to say that to focus on cost is extraordinarily misleading and biased and is a discredit to the very thorough and impressive cost benefit analysis that was done by this team. It would in fact rob the people of New York State with the knowledge that in fact, as we enact the Climate Act, there will be a substantial net benefit. And if there is an attempt to focus on costs to the exclusion of benefits and the balance that is on the benefits, I will object strenuously and publicly. It is a discredit to the great work that has been done. So I'll finish on a positive note that I am really proud to be associated with this act of great leadership by New York State. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Kepton?
On behalf of Commissioner Wisniewski, I vote yes for the release of this document for public comment to ensure that they have enough time to review and share their perspective to shape the plan. I also want to thank the co-chairs and other members, and particularly the staff, for the absolute rigor and attention to detail and passion they brought to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Henry Splita?
Thank you. Yes, I vote yes to release the scope for the public. And I vote on behalf of Commissioner Bassett, Acting Commissioner Bassett. It's been an honor to serve on the council. It really has. The dedication of our council co-chairs and my fellow members and agency staff who worked so diligently in support of drafting the scope and other activities has been inspirational. The diversity of perspectives represented and the constructive dialogue between members, as we've seen tonight, has contributed to a strong draft scoping plan. Climate change has been described by the World Health Organization as the single biggest health threat facing humanity, with expected increases in respiratory and cardiovascular disease, injuries, and premature deaths related to extreme weather, changes in the prevalence and distribution of food and waterborne illnesses and other infectious diseases, and threats to mental health. The strategies of the council scope, the climate scope, provide a path forward to begin to reduce the risk of these direct health impacts. In addition, the health co-benefits of selected strategies, such as reducing air pollutant co-emissions, are enormous. Considering avoided adverse health outcomes in the development of this scope and future climate policies is in line with the Department of Health's prevention agenda and New York's Health in All Policies initiative, and I strongly endorse and vote to release the draft scope. Thank you, and congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. Co-chairs, with 19 yeas and 0 nays, the resolution is unanimously adopted.
Well, thank you. Thank you all. We have an approved draft scoping plan ready to issue for public comment. So I know on behalf of my co-chair, I want to just thank all of you. We're not at the end, but this is a huge milestone to celebrate for certain. And the commonalities that Anne described, I think, are central in my mind as well. We have an ambitious and bold plan we're putting forward, and we should all be tremendously proud of this work product, all of us together. So with that, let's turn to the next steps as we move into 2022. I will hand it over to Sarah and Haley to cover this item as we wrap up the meeting.
Thanks, Doreen. If we can move to the next slide, please. I'll go through this fairly quickly. We just wanted to give a bit of a preview of what the next steps are before the council. So with the vote to approve release of the draft scoping plan, our plan is to release the plan on the Climate Action Council website next Thursday, December 30th. That will kick off the public comment period. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we will continue to have the complementary continued analysis and council discussions, but we'll also be adding to that a new phase of the public comment, which will include both written comments, public hearings, as well as more targeted stakeholder engagement. And I'll just get into each one of those just very, very briefly, if we can go to the next slide. So for written comments, we have a requirement for a minimum of 120-day comment period. That would bring us to the end of April. We can always extend this date to have it be longer than that. So even though if we just put it out now for 120 days, we can still extend that later if there's a desire. We'll be requesting comments through a form on the Climate Act website. We'll also be allowing comments to be emailed in or submitted via USPS. And all comments would be posted publicly after the public comment period closes. Next slide, please. In terms of the public hearings, the council is required to hold 6 hearings geographically balanced across the state, 3 upstate and 3 downstate. Of course, we'll be monitoring the COVID-19 health and safety guidelines. Right now, thinking based on what's currently before us, is that we would hold those 6 in-person hearings, and that we would also add a virtual hearing to allow folks that were not able to attend the in-person hearings. We're going to leave the plan out for a little bit before we get started on engaging in these hearings. So, and it will take us a little bit of time to schedule those as well. So we're looking at likely the March to April timeframe for the public hearings. In terms of format, we're thinking about using this as an educational opportunity to provide a little bit of an overview of what's in the scoping plan, and then have the remaining 2.5 hours to be focused on intake of public comments. And although no particular requirement exists around council member attendance at the public hearings, we would encourage members to attend at least 2 of those hearings, and we'd be aiming for about 4 members of the council per hearing. Moving on to the next slide. The third type of engagement that I had mentioned was stakeholder engagement. So you heard earlier from Chris that there's a desire to have some additional engagements with the Climate Justice Working Group. We could also have additional targeted stakeholder engagement with other technical experts, with disadvantaged communities themselves, implementation partners. And we're again anticipating that this would be that this would supplement the broad public input, but would be really getting started in March. And then finally, to go to the final slide that we have here, just wanted to touch on some of the outreach. We'll be doing standard press release when the draft goes public. We'll also be revamping the Climate Act website to have it be a little bit easier for the public to review and provide comment. We'll also have a social media campaign to drive awareness and messaging around release of the draft. And so we don't yet have another council meeting scheduled for the coming year, but we will be in touch shortly to get some meetings scheduled. And that's all I have for the next steps. Back to you, Doreen or Basil, to close out the meeting.
Doreen, can I just make a quick comment, if possible? Is that okay?
Yep.
I hope when we, Sarah, I hope when we're looking at the in-person hearings for the plan, that we'll also explore the possibility of doing hearings during the evening and maybe even possibly on the weekends, to try to be as inclusive as possible, particularly, working schedules and everything. With 6 of them, hope we can spread them out.
Absolutely. Thanks, Peter.
And also, Sarah, I saw you said you'd be reaching out about dates. Can we expect that we will have regular council meetings, through this year, hopefully in increasing duration as we get to the point where we're actually revising and approving the final plan?
Yes, I expect we'll have regular council meetings, likely on a monthly basis to at least start with, if not more frequent, as you say, as we get down to, as the council gets down to issuing the final version.
Thank you very much.
And I'll just maybe say a few words in closing, in addition to my words during my vote. Thank you. I said a while ago that the euphoria of the bill signing wore off pretty quickly, and we sort of looked at the schedule ahead. I can't believe it's been now 2.5, 3 years almost since that happened. And the idea of a scoping plan for the economy, an economy-wide shift, seemed almost unthinkable at the time, but now here we are. And you all should just really applaud yourselves for your work, your dedication, your wisdom, and in particular the staff who have been working tirelessly on this. I'm so grateful for all of you. Couldn't come at a better time, end of the year. We can all retire to our families, hopefully, at the end of this week, and take stock of what's really important to each other. So thank you and happy holidays. And thank you, Doreen, for being such a great partner from here all the way to Glasgow and back.
Thank you, Basil. More to come, but certainly a lot to be proud of today for all involved. So enjoy the holidays. We will be in touch very soon, and thank you, Basil, and thank you all.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Bye.
Stay safe.